sponsors of our program today.
It's a wrong road. Echo when they're getting newborns. But it's stronger. The farther on you go. Thought I knew you. But can't never say I know me. That sorry shadow I could turn out to be. Sometimes I cannot. Just can't understand where my head is at. Oh, what my heart is saying. All throughout the struggle, sometimes I feel I can't shake the habit. I just can't wake up. But I know in the end, I'll be the chill. 'Cause the road will go on with me or without. Making no compromise. Fighting for a better life.
Persona 4 Arena.
And welcome back to the stream. I apologize that my voice went weird there. I also apologize that I did not have the stream last week. The reason for that is because it was my 10th wedding anniversary. So I decided to spend it with my wife. But we're back. So, the last time that we played, we unlocked, or we finished Labrys' story, which gives us the important background on her. And now we've unlocked everybody's story.
Dream and reality, mind and matter.
And if they could shut up for a second, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to finish the game in the reverse order. So we did, the last one that we did before we did Labrys was Chie. So we'll do Chie, then Akihiko. Then I kind of don't remember all of them. So I think it was Yukiko. But yeah, let's finish things off. Continue from cliffhanger. God, don't start from the beginning. Don't do that to me. So, Akihiko
Who the hell are you?
busted in the wall.
We've come to take you in. Would it clear things up if I mentioned the name Kirijo?
The shadow glares hatefully at the guy in the cape. The red cape guy takes off his hood and glares back at Miss President in her shadow. What? What does he mean by taking her in?
No! I'll never go back there!
And now we know why.
Damn it! Get back here!
The girl suddenly runs out of the room, her shadow in hot pursuit.
Wait.
Can you do that? Whoa, what? The guy in the cape tries to follow, but he trips over Kanji, who's still on the floor. Kanji mumbles something in his stupor. The girl and her shadow are incredibly fast. They left just seconds ago, and I can't even see them anymore. The guy with the cape stands up, annoyed, and clucks his tongue. He just face-planted, and he doesn't seem that bothered by it. Doesn't that hurt? But aside from that...
Who are you, really? What did you do to Kanji-kun?
We had a battle between men. Could you turn down a challenge for the title of strongest man?
Huh? What's he talking about? What the hell were you up to, Kanji-kun? I have so many questions to ask, I don't even know where to begin. The guy turns his back
I
on
need
me.
to go after them. You're better off forgetting what you just saw.
Whoa, wait a sec. That's all very well for you to say, but... Hey, I said wait!
Without another word, he runs off. Talk about a one-sided conversation. Couldn't he have at least said his name?
That guy is so bizarre. I couldn't sense him approaching at all, and I can't track his presence now either.
Because he's good at using other things than personas. Rise-chan bites her lips in frustration. She doesn't look well. She must have been concentrating hard this whole time. Of course, she's been under a lot of stress up until now. I need to let her rest a
Hey,
bit.
Rise-chan, take care of Kanji for me.
Huh? Are you going after him?
Of course.
No way I can leave that red cape weirdo or Miss President be.
If she can't pursue them with her persona, then I'll catch up to them on foot. Basics of police investigation are in the legwork, after all. You'd better be ready for when I catch up with you, Mr. Red Cape. Excuse me. After a bit of running around, I finally spot that conspicuous cape turning a corner in a hallway. He's really fast. I could barely keep up with him, but thankfully the gym should be up ahead, even though there's no way to be sure of that here. Good, I can take him on from there.
Hold it right there, Buster!
The guy stops to look back at me and frowns, but he doesn't attempt to run off again. Did he have a change of heart? I don't know what's going on, but now I can catch up with him.
You're gonna tell me what's going on! Who is that Labrys girl? Is she really a machine? And why are you after her? What are you gonna do once you catch her?
What good would knowing that do you?
What?
I'm here on a certain mission. You could even call it a duty. My resolution is nothing like yours, based on curiosity.
A duty?
He raps his knuckles on the air behind him, and there's a sound. It seems like there's another invisible wall keeping him from going on.
Ridiculous Grand Prix is still going on.
What? Wait, you mean...
I quickly turn around and check the section I'd just come through. When I reach out my hand, I feel a wall there.
We're trapped. So, like, Dewey...
That's what you get for coming after me so recklessly. The rule that one opponent must be defeated is still in effect.
One of the tournament's rules, you can't leave if you don't fight and win. In other words, in order to keep following the girl, I have to fight this scary-looking dude. He slammed Kanji straight through a wall! I'm sure this guy has to be a Persona user, too. He said that he'd come to take her in. Guessing he came through a TV on his own, too. Do I have a chance of beating this guy? No, I can't doubt myself. I have to do this. I muster up all my courage and square off against him.
Alright, I accept.
Huh. Why are you willing to go to such lengths to catch up to Labrys?
Labrys. So I guess that's this Miss President's real
I
name.
don't know why. I just know that she was in pain. I don't know if my reasons are better or worse than yours, but I can't turn my back on her.
When I see that, his eyes get even stronger. I almost flinch, but I know that I can't look weak in front of this guy. I glare right back at him. I've seen that look in people's eyes before. I've seen it in people acting with determination that never wavers, in the eyes of my friends while we fought so hard all through last year. I can't look away from that strength of resolve. That's when his expression softens slightly and he answers.
All right. To answer your questions, what you saw was the 5th generation anti-shadow suppression weapon Labrys. She was given a heart so she could use a persona.
A weapon? Then she really is a robot. But she's so cute. And she even sounds like a normal girl.
Except for the Brooklynism.
Oh, so that's what her lost memories were about. And since she has a heart, she has a shadow too.
She has a shadow? Do you mean the thing where there's 2 of her?
I nod and told him how this world works, especially about the shadows. I'm not great at explaining things, but I've already told Labrys not too long ago, so I should know what to say, I hope. The guy in the cape listens quietly, nodding now and again, as if he understands everything I'm saying.
I get it now. The mastermind behind all this isn't Labrys, but her shadow.
Nope.
I think that's it anyway. She didn't have any memories and thought she was the student council president. But I wonder what's with this tournament. What could she have wished for to make this happen?
I have some suspicions about that. Labrys may have been forced to do some inhumane things while she was in development.
May have?
Her original circumstances may be related to the setup of this Grand Prix.
Then, this tournament is a reenactment of what Labrys went through in her past?
Looks like you'll be alone forever, no one can understand you. I recall what the shadow said. If that's what Labrys had been feeling all this time...
She just wanted someone to understand how she felt. Is that it?
So that's why she made people fight against their friends? Because she had to do it in her past? But still, nobody could understand her. That may have been what the shadow was saying. I was doubting her too. I didn't even try to believe what she was saying. Even though my way of doing things wasn't great, I'm starting to get lost in my own thoughts, but the Cape guy speaks up.
That's all I can tell you. If you still want to search for her, you'll have to defeat me to move on. What'll it be?
I
search for the right words within me. I need to think it through before I say anything. I can see the strength in his eyes, waiting for me to say the right thing. I can't say I'm doing this just because.
If Labrys wished to make us go through what she went through, That means she wanted to be understood. She wanted someone to save her.
That's just your guess, though.
But if it's possible I'm right, then I can't abandon her. That's why I won't go back until I've saved her. Her heart is worth fighting for.
I'm looking straight into his eyes as I say this, and he smiles. But even though he's smiling, he suddenly seems a lot more menacing.
What's your name? Mine's Akihiko Sanada.
I'm Chie Satonaka, a third year at Yasagami High.
I like the fire in your eyes. Then let's fight and see whose passion comes out on top.
Here we go. Wow, only 10 minutes to the first fight. Awesome. A new record. He's only 3 years older than her.
Final.
Bonk. Boom! Perfect! You got what, one hit on me? Ain't no thing but a chicken wang. Phew, that was a hard fight, was it though? But
Looks like it.
I won. Akihiko-san stands up and quietly speaks to me.
Tell me, Chie, what are you gonna do when you get to Lapras?
What will I do when I get to her? I need to answer this properly, too. Now that I've won, I can't half-ass anything.
I'm gonna apologize for saying such awful things to her. But that's not all. I want to talk to her. Really come to an understanding with her. Even if things are too painful for you to endure on your own, you can still overcome them if you have friends to help. I know that, and I want to show her that too. That's why I won't let her be alone.
No matter what. Ugh, it's no good. I wanted to be strong and straightforward, but my feelings got ahead of my brain and I couldn't say it the way I wanted to. Fuck, I know that feeling. I mean, it's kind of embarrassing, but that's honestly how I feel. Sorry, I'm just checking here. She has 4 fights, and we just finished one before the ending, so. I stand there sheepishly, but Akihiko's expression softens and he smiles. It's not the same as the determined smile he had before. This is a kind
You
one.
remind me a little of my friends.
Your friends?
I'm sure you'll be able to do the right thing. Do what your heart tells you.
With that, he takes off his cape and sits on the ground. He hasn't said anything more, but I can tell what he means. Hurry up and go in my place. That's what he's saying, right?
Okay, thank you very much.
Tomo arigato. I thanked him before I realized what I was saying. I mean, Akihiko believed in me. Even though we just met, he's placing his faith in me. I may not be the best talker, but we've communicated with our fists, and we've come to an understanding. Then, all I can do now is run. My legs, my heart, everything feels light. I should be able to reach out to that girl now for sure. So Chie has 4 fights before the end of her story. And I don't know how similar the endings of the stories
I
are, but...
finally made it back.
While I was on the way, Risei-chan contacted me. Lapras and her shadow seem to have returned to the announcement room together. If they're together, then it most likely means that Lapras has been taken captive by the shadow. If they're in the same place, then Akihiko and I were made to fight just to buy them time. Luckily, Risei-chan says she's already escaped to a different room. Nice. She's complaining about how heavy Kanji-kun is, too. I guess he hasn't woken up yet. In any case, when I open this door, it'll be a one-on-one battle against the shadow. I take a deep breath and open the door.
Miss Lapras? Are you here?
That man told you to come here, didn't he?
The moment I enter, a sharp voice calls out to me. I see the speaker standing alone in the center of the room. Is she the shadow? No, this is Lapras herself. Of course, her shadow has to be watching from close by, too. I can't let my guard
No,
down.
he didn't. I came here because I wanted to.
You just want to capture me like all the others. Well,
Labrys reaches for the battle axe attached to her back. I can see in her eyes that she's serious about this.
Labrys, I didn't come here to fight you.
I'm never going back there. I never want to get put through that again. I'm gonna run away. Just you watch me. If anyone gets in my way, I'll stomp them all.
It's no use, she's not listening. She's completely worked up. It must be because her past was so painful. But I need her to calm down right now. I brace myself for the fight and get ready.
I'm sorry. I can't stop now. There's something I need you to know.
I mean, I get it. She has really good reasons for not wanting to go back. Like, the best reasons. But if you're gonna stomp anyone in your way, I'm gonna have to stop you.
Finally.
Ugh. Whoa. Oh. Ah, fuck. Oh, she mad. Uh-oh. Boom! Donk. Ain't nothing to celebrate there, but hey, we did it. I apologize that I keep clearing my throat.
Why? Why won't anyone understand?
Labrys, I wanted to...
I kneel down to talk to Labrys, who's on the floor. The scenery behind the glass wall begins to distort. So wait, Labrys must have been holding back there because there's no way that a combat robot with her amount of experience would ever get her ass kicked by even a Persona wielder. This... Ooh, new cutscene? New cutscene. Uh-oh. Oh, this is familiar-ish. No, it's not. I stand horrifyingly corrected. Wait, no, we have seen something like this, but I think it was Teddy that saw it? What is this? It's so horrifying that I almost fall backwards. These things shaped like people are hanging everywhere. There's a giant furnace-like object in the center and more of the things crammed into it like trash. What in the world is this? Don't tell me. Is this what Labrys has kept hidden inside her heart? When I come back to my senses, I notice that the shadows appeared behind Labrys.
Don't you get it? That'll never happen. You! Of course Chie-san's angry. You did lie to her after all. And wow, you didn't hesitate for a second to attack her. So you do want her to suffer then. You want to make her go through what you did, right? That's not true! You want the everyday boys and girls to experience what you had to go through, right? That's why we're in a school having a fighting tournament. You want to see close friends fight for their lives against each other. Because if they do that, then they might understand. You want to make them understand.
That's more believable.
That ain't true!
Labrys clutches her head. I try to reassure her, but nothing I say seems to reach her. It's like the shadow is the only voice she can hear. The shadow twists its mouth into a smile and continues whispering into Labrys' ear.
But it was all for nothing. It just left you more of an outcast than ever. It's all right, though. I'll take care of everything from here. You are me, after all. I'll destroy anyone who doesn't understand you and comes to get in your way. Just like you once did.
Stop it! That's all a lie. You're not me.
Well, shit.
Lapras, no! You can't be me!
Finally! You finally said it! Now, I can be myself! Yes, the power!
Alright. I gotta kick you in the face. Shadow going berserk. No matter how many times I see it, it's still overwhelming. But now isn't the time to think about stuff like this. Labras goes limp and falls to the floor. I stand between her and the Shadow to protect
It's
her.
okay. Just wait for me.
I'm exhausted from today's series of battles. The Shadow has an immense power. And even worse, I'm all alone in this fight. It's unlike anything from last year. But I'm surprisingly confident in myself. Of course I'm nervous, but I have a strong resolve and it makes up for any fear I might have. I mean, this is my wish after all. It's my dream
I'll
too.
make sure to protect you. If this is about wanting to protect someone, I damn well won't lose.
I was also kind of curious as to why nobody's wearing the glasses until I remembered that the fog was created by Izanami. And since we killed Izanami, the fog is gone. Pew.
Finally.
The Raging Bull of Destruction. Boom! Ain't going down to no stinking Shadow.
It's over.
No. Shadow finally stops moving. I also sink to my knees as the tension drains out of me. But Labras is safe. She's still trembling beside me, but at least she's not hurt. I was able to protect her, right?
Why?
Huh?
Why did you protect me? Weren't you mad?
Yeah, I can't blame her for thinking that. I was really angry back then, after all. I didn't even try to understand what Labras was feeling. But seeing Labras with that blank look on her face is funny for some reason, and I can't help but
I
laugh.
wasn't mad at all. Actually, it's you who should be mad at me. I said so many awful things to you. I'm really sorry.
I could never be angry at you. I'm the one who did all those awful things.
Labras looks over into the Shadow. There is a pain on her face. I wonder if she still can't completely accept her Shadow. No, of course she can't. It's not something you can just accept without a lot of soul searching. She'd spent this whole time being tormented by what the Shadow represented. Considering that Labras seems like a serious person, she might be the type to think that everything is her responsibility. But that's not true. There's no need for her to bear this alone. Why is... That's weird.
Hey, about this Grand Prix. I mean, yeah, it was tough.
Something just got weird
But
there.
it wasn't all bad.
Yeah, something's weird here. It's like lagging a little bit.
It taught me a lot of important things.
My weakness, the ambiguity of the dream I embraced. And I also was able to, hold on a second. God damn it. Nobody's gonna know this at the time of the stream, but I've been having serious problems with Dropbox all recording week. Give me a second here. Let's see if that helps. Just as the shadow said, my weak self may never completely disappear. That looks to be better. But I can face that. I mean, I have friends with me after all. I'm not alone. That's why I'll be alright. I'll overcome it no matter how many times I need to from
That's
now
why
on.
I want to thank you. And your other self over there, too. I still don't know what kind of pain you've been through, so tell me about it. I want you to tell me everything, like how you feel and what you're thinking.
Tell you about myself?
Mm-hmm. I'll listen. If you have something that's too painful to bear alone, then let's work it out together.
Together? I'm not alone anymore?
You don't have to be. I nod back to her. After hearing my words, Labrys finally looks up and looks to her other self. She's still trembling, but she isn't looking away anymore. I was so bad at explaining myself, but I think she understands what I was trying to say. Labrys stands up and walks towards her other self. I watch her as she walks over to the shadow, standing tall. Her posture tells me how she feels. It says, I'm alright now. Not quite.
I'm sorry I ignored you all this time. I was the one who left you all alone. No. You are me, after all.
Ariadne.
This is my persona.
And thus she becomes only the second non-living entity to get a persona. First was Aegis. Now that Labrys has accepted herself, she turns towards me. That's when she finally smiles. It's a smile from the bottom of her heart, and I can tell she's never shown to anyone before. Makes even my heart skip a beat. Man, this girl is really pretty. I take Labrys with me, and we get to where everyone who's been trapped by the walls created by the tournament. Get to everyone who has been trapped by the walls created by the tournament's rules. Since the real mastermind is gone, the invisible walls have disappeared, and everybody should be free now. We go around to each place. Yukon, Yosuke, Yukiko, and Teddy. Risa-chan brought Kanji, who had finally woken up. And even Naoto-kun showed up, and she shouldn't even be here. She told us she just happened to be back in town because of the job she was doing. Eventually, we all got to the school's rooftop as a big group. And when we opened the door to the rooftop area, we see something surprising. This isn't the rooftop at all. Instead, the area before us was that studio-like place that we'd used as the entrance to the TV world during the case last year. It should have disappeared after that, but it looks like it got restored when Labrys entered the TV world and the school was created. True, once the Midnight Channel started airing again, people would start taking an interest, like last year. So maybe that's why this studio place came back? Still, the investigation team is back together again. This would be the perfect time. Labrys was hiding behind me, but I reach around and shove her in front of me towards my
I have
friends.
someone to introduce to you guys. This here is Labrys-chan.
Chie-san?
I explain everything that's happened to everyone. I tell them that Labrys is a victim of the events that took place here. And even though she has an obviously mechanical body, her heart is that of a human. Her shadow had come out of her and was the one who had masterminded this tournament, but Labrys has accepted it and everything's been solved. And everything else I may have been forgetting right here. That I may be forgetting right here. This is the third time today that I've had to explain all this, so I think I've gotten pretty good at it. Labrys looks anxious while I talk, but the first one to speak up after I'm done is Yukon. I expected as much. He is our leader after all.
That must have been tough. You feeling okay?
Huh?
Having a shadow come out of you is pretty draining. Seriously, I was ready to collapse for a few days when it happened to me.
Now that I think about it, the only person that had a shadow come out of them, and no, there were two people that had a shadow come out of them and were ready to go the next fucking day. That was Yosuke and Chie. Everybody else needed like 3 fucking weeks.
It's amazing that you're able to stand like that on your own.
God, they have a lot of resolve. Labrys looks back between me and everyone else without a surprise. No one minds Labrys, and they keep trying to talk to her, all speaking at the same time.
Could it be because she's a mech? Wow, isn't it cool for a mech like her to have a heart?
I can't think of any way it could be weirder than an idol, a detective, and a tame shadow, but here we are.
Dog.
I don't know. I think Teddy was even crazier. The way he grew a body inside of himself from scratch.
I am more intrigued by her than Teddy, though. May I examine your internal workings for a bit?
Don't touch the plume.
Now, Chun, if you're going to touch anyone's internal workings, do mine!
No.
With all due respect, I shall have to decline.
Fabulous. Man, I don't blame her for going all quiet right now. I tap Labrys on the shoulder, seeing that she's at a loss for words.
What's wrong, Labrys?
Oh, well, I thought that everyone would be angrier.
That's what I thought. But Labrys, you got it all wrong.
What would we be angry about?
Now that it's over, it wasn't all that bad.
The battle to decide the strongest man was pretty intense, though.
Is that what it was about?
Technically, kind of, maybe?
Well, they may be taking it in stride a little more than is normal, but no one would hate you, Labrys.
Labrys looks at each person's face. Everyone's smiling, aren't they? I'm not lying.
Chie-san, thank you so much.
Jeez, you're so formal. You can just call me Chie. We're friends, remember?
Friends.
You can just call me Yukiko, too.
And you can just call me Prince Teddy.
No.
That's longer than your real name, though.
Go back to the Wild Kingdom where you belong. Oh, would the carnivore like to join him?
What did you call me? Go back to the Disappointment Ranger Resentiment hideout.
You've got it all wrong. Ressentiment is French. Mal is pronounced completely different from the man in Featherman.
It seems he's smarter than he looks.
Ugh, sheesh. We're wrapping up everything so well, and then Yosuke has to go on about stupid stuff. If we keep sniping at each other like this, Labrys is just going to pull back into her shell, and we just got her talking. Or so I thought. Labrys bursts out into laughter. That alone warms my heart. Case is finally over. The realization is finally hitting me. As I sigh in relief, some more people appear behind
Looks
us.
like everything's working out nicely.
That red cape, it's Akihiko-san. Could the other 2 ladies with him be his friends? I sense Labrys go tense next to me. That's right, he said he was going to take her back. I step forward as if protecting Labrys. Not that I'm making a scene about it, but just in case.
So you're Satonaka. Akihiko told me about you. I'm Mitsuru Kirijo. In a way, you could say that I'm Labrys' handler.
The beautiful woman in the coat introduces herself. Kirijo? That sounds familiar. Didn't Akihiko-san mention that name too?
I'm Aigis. Thank you so much for saving my older sister.
Older sister? Then are you Labrys' younger sister?
Wait, then are you a machine too?
Dumb.
Yes. I too am a robot.
Look at my robot limbs. Aigis-san smiles. I take a closer look at her, and it's true. Her body is mechanical, just like Labrys. Wow, all these robot girls running around. This is so futuristic. Who in the world made something like them? Wait a second. Kirijo? Does she mean the Kirijo group Kirijo? That's a seriously gigantic corporation. And if that's her last name, then... Ah, crap. These people are from a completely different world than the rest of us. I unconsciously stand up straighter. No, I can't lose my nerve. I have to make sure I stand my ground. I can't let them take Labrys away.
Chie-chan, it's okay.
Just as I open my mouth with resolution, Labrys stops me as if she guessed what I was going to say. She steps around from behind me. Then she steps forward towards Mitsuru-san and the others.
You've come to take me away, yeah? I'm ready.
Labrys?
Chie-chan, I can't ask for anything more. I've made so many friends. And you've all accepted me.
This is a weird afternoon.
I'll be okay now.
But if you're caught, that's not okay.
She went through so much pain and we just became friends too. I want to spend more time laughing with her. I squeeze Labra's hand. Labras looks slightly troubled, a heart-rending face that looks like she might be crying and smiling all the same.
I'm sorry to interrupt the heated discussion, but I have no intentions of sealing you away.
Huh?
Your shadow going berserk was an irregularity caused by this world. It wasn't due to any malfunction in you. Luckily, because of what happened, you are now in complete control of your persona. Isn't that so, Akihiko?
Yeah, that's right.
Akihiko-san nods along with Mitsuru-san's words. Huh? But Akihiko-san wasn't there when Labras gained her persona. As my gaze is wandering, Akihiko-san glances towards me in a significant way. Could it be that he helped us out? Not only is he strong, he's so understanding. He is a real man.
Not gonna be locked up?
Yes! I'm so glad for you, Labras.
This is like a dream. I can't believe this.
Thank God you don't have to worry about those psycho researchers.
Thank you,
Whoa.
Labras?
The hell? Whoa! Labras suddenly stops moving. The way she stopped was odd. Akihiko-san and the others seem to have noticed as well, and they furrow their brows. That's when...
It's not over yet.
Excuse me? What was that? That wasn't Labras' voice. It's emanating from Labras, but it's completely different.
Is this the same communication system we use? Everyone, step away from Labras!
Mitsuru-san raises her voice as Labras brandishes her battle axe. The metallic blade, almost as tall as she is, gouges at the ground. Small chips of concrete brush past my cheek as the floor breaks up. That was close. I mean, what's going on? I look back to Labras in confusion, but there's no light in her eyes.
What the? I cannot gain access. She is being hacked.
Oh.
It isn't coming from inside this facility. The signal originates elsewhere.
You mean outside the TV?
This is just a little extra resistance. Now, entertain me.
The voice that comes back sounds nothing like her original voice. Within the blink of an eye, Labras dashes towards me. There's no hesitation in her movement. If I don't brace myself, I'll be going down.
Why do we have to fight each other again?
This is the last fight for Chie's chapter. Question marks.
Final. Fight.
All right. Oh, she's got a fucking persona now. It makes things different. Oof. Bonk. Boom. Well, that's probably not going to end well. And that's the end of Chie. Well, we got to do the rest of the story, but no more fights.
My, she was quite easily defeated. Evidently, I didn't push her far enough.
Are you one of the fucking researchers?
Well, she is a test unit, so this is as far as my little game goes.
Voice continues to emanate from Labras, who has fallen to her knees and stopped moving. So, whoever is speaking through her is controlling her? How dare they treat her like some object? What the hell's wrong with them?
Who are you? Why are you doing this to Labras?
As I yell in anger, Labras straightens up in an unnatural manner.
I should thank you all. Although this didn't work out, you did stay in it to the very end.
Labras' shadow was only the mastermind of the tournament. I see now. You're the true culprit behind the whole thing.
That's right. Labras wasn't a persona user, she was a victim. The shadow should have appeared after that. That means there was someone else who dropped Labras into a TV. Just like in last year's case.
Indeed. It was I who stole Labrys away. Since I don't have a persona and can't enter a TV, I needed a puppet that could run amok for me. Labrys' persona was only partially awakened, so I had a feeling her shadow would appear if she underwent a little suffering.
You psycho.
You got the better of me this time. You deserve to know at least that much.
This time? Are you still planning something?
Who knows?
What the hell? Labrys has a heart. Do you even understand how much pain she went through because of you?
Seriously, what the hell? Labrys is being controlled from some safe place outside the TV? How much suffering do they think Labrys went through? How could they laugh when she's in so much pain? The voice continues on, mocking me for not understanding.
A heart, meaningless. Whether or not she has one matters not at all to my plan.
What?
Well then, everyone, until we meet again.
The voice cuts out, and Labrys immediately collapses on the spot. Aige-san instantly catches her and calls out to her, but Labrys is unconscious. I don't know what to do with my fists, so I begin swinging them aimlessly. We'd saved her, and she was so happy. Why did she have to be put through this?
It seems whoever our adversary is, they're connected to us. You shouldn't get involved in this any further. From here on, leave this to us.
The hell with that?
Wait a sec! After what that bastard did to us, you're telling us to butt out?
I understand how you feel, but this is too dangerous for you.
Bitch, we've killed gods!
We will do our best to ensure that no harm comes to you. Trust in us and let us work.
But
I'm so irritated that I can't put my thoughts into words. Mitsuru-san may be right, but that doesn't do anything for my feelings. I mean, if some bastard's going to say that a person's heart has no meaning, I can't just let him get away with it.
Guys, let's leave this to them.
Huh?
I'm about to shout at Mitsuru-san, but Yukun stops me. We should just get out of here. I know what he's getting at, but yes, I'm completely exhausted, and I did fight some seriously intense battles one after another. And some of us, like Rise-chan, have been stuck in this world for so long that I'm sure she's at her limit. I mean, thinking rationally, I know that we need to go back home.
Labrys.
Still, seeing Labrys unconscious in Aige-san's arms wounds me. Isn't there anything we can do for Labrys? Do we have to say goodbye like this? I look towards Yukun once more when he winks at me.
Huh? What?
When we return to the real world, all the energy that had been powering me so far drains away and I begin staggering. Everyone else seems to be in a similar state, and we immediately go our separate ways without much discussion. I went straight home and fell into bed, but I couldn't get to sleep. All these feelings are swirling around inside me, and I can't sort them out. Sheesh. As I toss and turn in bed, my cell phone rings without warning. I look at it, but it's a number I don't recognize. I should ignore it. But it does bother me that I'm getting a call right now. I decide to pick up. Lo and behold, the voice I hear is... The call said to meet at a certain location the next morning. When I arrived, I saw an amazing limousine parked on a plain country road. It's just... This thing is so long, it's insane. Even if this was in a movie, it would have to be a comedy because nobody would believe that a car this long and sleek would exist in real life. Can it even turn a corner? It's hard to see through the windows of this ridiculous limo, but I can see 4 people who are just as remarkable as the car itself. Labrys had called me last night, and the people in the car were Mitsuru-san's group. Thank goodness, she did wake up after all. When I call out to her, Labrys immediately gets out of the car. Mitsuru-san, Akihiko-san, and Aige-san follow as well. Oh, and she's not carrying that axe on her back. I imagine it would be hard to get into a car with that thing.
I'm sorry for calling you here all of a sudden, but they told me we'd be leaving already.
The follow-up is over, after all. Our work here is done.
I'm glad to hear that, Master.
Master?
Sensei. Actually, I spoke a bit with Akihiko-san on the phone last night, too. When I thanked him for helping us persuade Mitsuru-san, all he said was, it wasn't anything special, I only did what was necessary. Damn, what an awesome thing to say. During that little chat, I became convinced that what this person is striving for is very similar to my own goals. That's why I'm going to call him Master. I'll look up to him as an ideal until I can match his strength and resolve.
I told you to stop calling me that.
No, you're my master. Though, I gotta admit, part of me has just always wanted to say macho things like that.
But you're not a man.
A true man isn't bound by his...
What?
I see. My apologies.
Calm the fuck down, Akihiko.
Your leap of logic is so extreme it could reach the moon.
Possibly Mars. Labrys giggles at seeing our banter. I can't help but smile as well. He sounds embarrassed, but maybe a little happy too.
You're going
Still.
with them too, Labrys?
To be honest, I wanted to be with her more. But if I said such things, it would just cause trouble. It would just trouble Labrys, so I swallowed those words. Labrys speaks to me as though such things are going through my mind. Labrys speaks to me as such things are going through my mind.
I decided I'm gonna work with Mitsuru-san and them. I'm gonna find whoever it was that set you all up and catch him myself. I won't let any danger come to you guys.
I'm just checking something here.
So, this is just a short farewell.
Labrys.
I feel like someone gripped my heart. Labrys has been through so much worse than we have. All the problems she's had to face, yet she's gonna fight for us? Whoever this culprit is, they can't be allowed to get away with doing this to her. Labrys has such a kind heart. For them to treat her like some object is just unforgivable. My happiness for Labrys, my anger at the bastard who had controlled her, and my frustration at not being able to help, I feel tears in my eyes. I look down, not wanting her to see me cry, but a large hand slaps me on the back.
Your passion had a real effect on Labrys. You should be more proud.
Master!
Okay, so the P1 Grand Prix takes place on May 2nd. The P1 Climax, aka Persona 4 Arena Ultimax, which is the next game we'll be playing, takes place on the 6th.
A true man is only allowed to cry when he loses his wallet.
Yes, Master!
That's a rather shallow occasion for tears. Did something happen to you during your trip?
It's true that the mental scars one would face if one lost one's wallet in an unknown land halfway across the globe would be immeasurable.
Ah, there they are. Hey!
Our friends have gathered around us. Of course, I had told everyone about the phone call I gotten from
We
Labrys.
could have stayed a little longer, you know? Seriously, we got a whole week off and we didn't get to hang out at all.
It's truly a shame. Well, until next time.
3 days from now.
Mm-hmm. Until we meet again.
Labrys is smiling, surrounded by all of us. My passion had a real effect on Labrys. That's what Master said, but I don't think it's entirely true. Labrys changed because of her own will. She seriously wished that she was understood. That's why her wish came true. I think that's all there is to it.
We should get going.
At Mitsuru-san's signal, the limousine engine turns on. It's time for them to leave. Labrys' face clouds over. Sheesh, looks like I gotta say something.
No, a true man wouldn't cry.
I make a bright smile. Labrys also smiles, then enters the limo. Aww. As the car takes off, Labrys sticks her head out the window and yells loudly.
Hey, Chie, I'm really glad that I met you, Chie!
Oh, it's no use. I'm the one who told her not to cry. Labrys is smiling just like I told her. Looks like I won't be a true man today.
I'll see you!
After seeing them off, we held the long-postponed reunion party for Yukon. We were all feeling a little down after having to say farewell to Labrys, but that immediately picked our spirits back up. We were so happy that everyone was able to get together like this. We thought that it was impossible, and there was one more happy surprise. Also, this doesn't mean we won't be able to see Labrys again. I stretch out and look up at the sky. Yep, Golden Week starts for us today. Later that night.
Dear Akihiko-san, that doesn't feel right.
Akihiko-senpai, I crumple up yet another piece of paper and throw it in the trash can. I just can't figure out how to start this letter. I'm not really good at writing letters.
Wow, maybe it's too formal.
All those how to write professional business letters articles I looked up online really aren't very helpful. I take a deep breath and...
To my master. Ooh, much better.
I relax and my pen follows the wishes of my heart. I don't have the best penmanship, but I think it's a lot nicer to get a handwritten letter than an email.
How have you and Labrys been? I've been well. I've been doing my best while remembering what you said to me on that day.
Literally the same
Do
night.
you remember? You told me that I would be able to
Oh.
do the right thing.
What he told her in the TV
That
world.
made me want to become a police officer even more. So, in order to catch the culprit, me and the investigation team are... Oh, crap! Phew! That was close. I'm supposed to keep that a secret from him.
We're gonna find the one who had been using Labrys. In other words, the investigation team is back in action. That was the big surprise that had come out at Yukin's party. Yukon himself was the one who suggested it, so we were all surprised. Seriously. He said, let's leave this to them right in front of Mitsuru-san and the others. But it looks like Yukon had other plans in mind right from the start. Man, if he can be such a convincing actor, I can't go spilling the beans in a letter. But to lie to Master? No, I have to lie to him. I can't let him find out no matter what. I crumple up the piece of paper again and throw it away.
I guess this really isn't my thing. I'll give it another try tomorrow.
I will be able to do the right thing. I'm going to believe in those words and do my best to live up to them. I really wanted to know that. Next to the letter is a police academy entrance exam guide. I bought this a long time ago, but haven't even touched it since I bought it. I've got to face that someday, too. When I look at the clock, I realize that it's already past midnight.
So sleepy. Oh. Since Yukon's with us again, we've got to give what we decided on our best shot. Investigating on our own, huh?
I stand up from my chair and stretch out, then fall onto my bed. It's so fluffy. Can't stop myself from immediately drifting off into sleep.
Do my best to...
My future, what I want to protect, an enemy we must fight. There's so much that I need to think about. I'm no good at thinking. There's probably going to be a lot of things that don't go as we plan. But I just need to concentrate on one thing at a time. Even if something doesn't go well, I shouldn't let it get to me. Yes, because I have friends, I know I can go on.
Along with my friend.
And that's Chie's story. Does this go into credits? Really? Well, I mean, it makes sense. Yeah, okay. We'll skip the credits for now. We will be watching the credits once we're done. There is one story that we're not going to do. We are absolutely not going to do...
This place exists between dream and reality.
Shut up.
And matter.
We're not going to do Elizabeth's story because I don't care. And there's too much already. Alright, so... you know what? We can say fuck it and do whatever we want, couldn't we? Let's just go random.
The persona of
I guess. Nah. We'll go backwards. We'll go backwards. We'll stick with the plan. So this game came out in 2012 and Persona 4 Arena Ultimax came out in 2013, which means that they were developing that game at the same time they were developing this game, and therefore the two stories are connected. So Ultimax does continue from where this one left off. And then Dancing All Night came out in 2015 and nobody knows what the fuck was happening there. Meanwhile...
Why did it have to be now? Who the hell are you?
We've come to take you in. Would it clear things up if I mentioned the name Kirijo?
One Labrys looks at me and yells in rage, but the other one recoils in horror.
No! I'll never go back there!
Crap, she ran off.
Damn it, get back here!
The other one dashes after the first one. I immediately try to pursue them, but...
Hey, wait a second! Who are you?
The remaining girl in the green warm-up jacket stops me. If I recall correctly, she was that female student introduced as a carnivore in that commercial.
I need to go after them. You're better off forgetting what you just saw.
Wait! You can't just...
She appears to be uninjured, and I can't lose time dealing with her. I ignore her and book it after Labrys. In this storyline, he did not punch Kanji through a wall. He beat him up in the music room.
Hold it right there, Buster!
That voice. She caught up to me, though I'm running at full sprint? Huh. She must be quite an exceptional athlete. But I can't drag her into this. This is my duty. Should I run even harder? That might cause me to redline my heart rate, and that would deaden my legs for any upcoming fights. Or should I just convince her to leave? Unfortunately, it seems that both of those options have been taken off the table now. Wrap my fist where there is nothingness. A resistance. Another invisible wall. Looks like this is the enemy's way of buying time. Sure enough, the female student catches up to me. She confronts me as she tries to regain her breath.
You're gonna tell me what's going on!
So she wants an explanation. There's no harm in telling her, there's no harm in telling her what's going on since she and her friends are already caught up in this mess, but there's no need for them to learn details about it. If they just return to the real world, they can get out of this mess while keeping relatively normal lives.
What good would that do you?
What?
I'm here on a certain mission. You could even call it a duty. My resolution is nothing like yours, based on curiosity.
I hit the invisible wall.
Ridiculous Grand Prix is still going on.
What? Wait, you mean...
Girl hurriedly reaches around at the space behind her. As I expected, her hand hits an invisible wall as well. That wall didn't exist when I first passed through that area.
We're trapped. So, like, do we...
That's what you get for coming after me so recklessly. The rule that one opponent must be defeated is still in effect.
She may be a girl and a student, but I don't intend to go easy on anyone so long as I have a mission to complete. I unleash the aura that instantly silenced so-called tough guys all around the world. I was hoping that she would quietly back down before I had to go this far. But even though my aura dampened the girl's resolve a bit, she didn't even take a step back.
Alright, I accept.
Huh. Why are you willing to go to such lengths to catch up to Labrys?
I don't know why. I just know that she was in pain. I don't know if my reasons are better or worse than yours, but I can't turn my back on her.
Foolish words of a child. There's a fire in her eyes that makes up for her lack of reason. She's much better company than stupid people who insist on blabbering on. She's definitely piqued my interest a bit.
Alright. To answer your question, what you saw was the 5th generation anti-shadow suppression.
We literally just saw this. She has a perplexed look on her face. Even though she's already seen those mechanical arms and legs, it must be hard to believe that a robot can be that lifelike.
So that's...
She has a shadow.
Yeah. Okay, we're skipping that. Girl does her best to explain the structure of the TV world to me. The world inside the TV apparently mirrors the feelings of those who enter it, and its appearance changes accordingly. She tells me that this fake school was most likely created for Miss President's Labrys psyche. She also explains that the repressed inner thoughts within oneself, blah, blah, blah.
The mastermind behind all this isn't Labrys, but her shadow.
I think that's it anyway, but I wonder what's with this tournament. What could she have wished for to make this happen?
I have some suspicions about that. Labrys may have been forced to do some in her original circumstances may...
Yeah. The girl goes pale upon hearing my words. Such a tale would be unimaginable for those living ordinary lives.
This tournament is...
Even Mitsuru doesn't know that for sure. If there's anyone who can claim to, it would be Labrys herself.
That's all I can tell. If you still want to search for her, you'll have to defeat me to move on.
The girl swallows her tongue for a moment, but it isn't because of fear or hesitation. I could tell from the look in her eyes, she's made up her mind.
If Labrys wished to make us go through what she went through, that means she wanted to be understood. She wanted someone to save her.
That's just your guess, though.
But if it's possible I'm right, then I can't abandon her. That's why I won't go back until I've saved her. Her heart is worth fighting for.
Saved, huh? Her eyes tell me that she completely believes what she's saying.
What's your name? Mine's Akihiko Sanada.
I'm Chie Satanaka, a 3rd year at Yasogami High.
I like the fire in your eyes. Then let's fight. And see whose passion comes out on top.
We'll try to skip through things that we've already seen, just to kind of clear stuff up as quickly as possible, but I don't know how much we'll be able to do that. I apologize if we skip something that we haven't seen before. Caesar.
Finally.
Yep. Oh, okay, that hurt. Boom! Let's see how many story seeds he's got. I think everybody only has 4 fights after their cliffhanger, but I don't know for sure, so. It's Mitsuru, I guess, Naoto. Nope, he has 5. Holy crap.
Looks like I win.
God damn it, this sucks. I lost. Oh well.
Chie is smiling
Hey,
brightly.
Chie, you don't get to go search for Labrys like you wanted and you're laughing?
Well, I figured either way you'd save her. Labrys, I mean.
I can't resist cracking a little smile at Chie's words. She seems naive, but it seems that she saw right through me. I guess she's sharper than she looks. One of my mission priorities was to limit collateral damage. To achieve that, I thought that destroying Labrys might be my only option. But now that plan has been scuttled. My current plan is to save Labrys and protect her. If I'm able to succeed at that, all danger to the surrounding area will be prevented. I'll commit myself to this plan from now on.
Can I ask you to give her a message? Please tell her I said I was sorry for saying such cruel things and doubting her. Let her know I really want to talk with her when this is all over. Anyway, just tell her I apologized.
Yeah, I'll let her know.
Chie's words are clumsy as ever. What she lacks in speaking ability and vocabulary, she makes up for with
I need
emotion.
to thank you, Chie.
Huh?
On my way here, I was told that my strength was fake. That I was just immersing myself in training to escape my fear of losing others. That I was just sticking my head in the sand. And that was true. The reason I'm so hard on myself is because I'm scared. That might be a weakness of mine.
He's scared of losing people because he's lost like 2 good friends, possibly 3, in 3 years. So he doesn't like it, and he wants to be strong enough to protect them.
But watching you made me realize it's okay to be like that. No, I don't want to lose anyone again. Ever. But that's how I can become stronger. Sheer raw strength is pointless. Getting the ability to see your deepest wishes through is true strength.
There you go.
That's a little abstract, but I guess it's a compliment, though I still feel a little embarrassed about it.
I can't help but smile as well. And after vowing to save Labrys, I leave Chie and attempt to make good on my
Wait here for
promises.
me. I'll bring Labrys back, no matter what.
As I run, the things that happened during my recent training and the things happening in this world start to remind me of each other. An old acquaintance's face flashes into my mind. Someone who took good care of me. Someone I haven't seen in a while. Kurosawa-san. I'd heard that he'd been promoted to detective, but I haven't been able to personally congratulate him for that yet. There's another place that I need to go visit.
Once this is all over, I should go see him too.
That's the detective guy that gave us the info. Or that gave Mitsuru the info. Probably reminded because Chie's got the same kind of detective mentality. After being forced to travel a circuitous path, I was eventually led back to the very room I was in a few minutes ago, the announcement room. I push the door ajar and find Labrys inside. Is she the real one or the shadow? When Labrys sees me, she seems genuinely frightened.
You again? You came all this way after me?
Her reaction and the color of her eyes. This didn't match any of the characteristics Chie told me shadows would possess. It seems this is truly the real one. Looks like she was still safe. Before she denies her shadow, I must take her into custody at once.
Come with me. I won't let you get hurt.
I take a step forward and hold out my hand, but Labrys backs away, terrified, and keeps her distance.
I'm never going back there. I never want to get put through that again. I'm gonna run away. Just you watch me.
And where will you go? Is that how you're gonna solve everything? You won't even listen, huh? Fine. I didn't think anything I said would be enough to earn your trust. So come at me with everything you've got. I'll accept you for who you are.
A shadow will try and replace its originator. If I lose Labrys, I won't be able to fulfill my duty. Is my strength enough to grant my wish? Something told me that the results of my training were about to get their first real test. You don't trust me, huh? Alright, come beat the crap out of me, but if I kick the shit out of you, you're gonna trust me or else. Akihiko, your logic is just infallible.
Final.
Ow. Ah. Damn it. Stop it! God, she's kicking my ass. Oh, what? Alright, let's try that again. Game over.
Welcome to the Velvet Room.
Shut up, Igor.
This place exists.
Very well.
I'm gonna pound trust into you with my fist. That's a thing, right? I mean, for a very specific definition of trust. Yasogami steals council president. The problem is, Akihiko isn't... He's strong, he's fast, but he's not strong. Whoop. Let's keep doing that. He has a lot of really quick hits, but each individual hit doesn't exactly do a lot of damage. So you got to counter for that by doing a lot of damage or getting those follow-ups, and it's not necessarily easy.
Why won't anyone understand?
She's finally stopped moving. But Labrys' expression tells me that she's not all there right now. I wonder if I can get through to her now. Just as I'm about to speak, I only sense the wind for a moment. Undetected ambush from behind. A giant axe spun at such high speed that it looks like a circular blade to the naked eye. No matter what part of that axe hits my head, it'll decapitate me for sure. Better not let it hit me then.
Oh, that's a pretty dangerous looking electric fan you've got there.
You cocky fucker. Shadow glowers at me with an expression of pure hatred. Murderous intent she shows is like any of the petty thugs I've faced, howling with rage as they try to land a punch. I'm in her head now. Looks like the real showdown's finally arrived. Having squandered her chance at an ambush, the Shadow angrily prepares her next move. Labrys also sees the Shadow and lets out a shocked yelp.
Please stop! This ain't what I wanted!
Hey, calm down. This is your shadow. It's you, isn't it?
And again, just as a reminder, in Persona 3, nobody faces their shadow or has any concept of a shadow being a part of people. The only concept they have of shadows is as manifestations of the unconsciousness that are attacking people. They get their personas by shooting themselves in the head with intense emotions and forcing a shadow to manifest. Or persona to manifest. Shadows formed from repressed parts of yourself. That's what Chie told me. But even after hearing the truth, Labrys continues to shake her head and deny it.
What good will accepting it? If I accept it, then I'm just...
That's right. There's no way he'd understand. The Kirijo group created you as a tool. Of course, that's the only way they can think of you.
My words will not reach Labrys while she's like this. The Shadow's cruel words have a tight grip on her heart. It isn't easy to support someone whose weakness has filled them with doubts and taken over their heart. I decide to listen to what the Shadow has to say. This way I can understand the weakness that Labrys is harboring.
Not that you're any better. You didn't hesitate at all to attack him. It just shows your true colors. You want the everyday boys and girls to experience what you had to go through. Right? That's why we're in a school having a fighting tournament? You want to see close friends fight for their lives against each other. Because if they do that, then they might understand. You want to make them. That ain't true. But it was no
Blah, blah, blah.
use. It's all right then. I'll destroy anyone. Stop it! That's all a lie.
The shadow displays a satisfied smirk. She's waiting for the words of denial. It'd be easier to just stop Labrys from saying those words, but it would be meaningless for me to do so. I keep my gaze on Labrys as she speaks the words of denial with finality.
You can't be me! Yes, that's right! I'm not you! I'm myself!
And then we've seen this, so we'll skip that.
I'm finally free! I won't let you or anyone else get in my way!
Sorry, give me a sec here. I stand before the shadow who is laughing insanely and surging with newfound power. Her power is actually quite impressive, but I know there's no need for me to fear it. This is where the real battle begins.
You really think I'm gonna make it that easy?
Shadow contorts her face. Those are the same words that the shadow threw at me before, after all.
What's that? You want to be destroyed that badly?
Ba-dum-dum.
Later and crush you now!
This song is good.
I swore I'd protect Labrys. And I'm not gonna lose what I'm protecting ever again. Now, come get me!
Shut up, Carry Joe Dog!
Bring it! Boo!
Finally! Fight!
Do it!
What's the matter?
Oh! Ooh! I don't know what that skill was, but that worked. After silencing the shadow, I stand before Labrys, but she casts her eyes down sadly.
Hey, what's with that face? Stand up and look at me. I have a message for you from Chie.
Huh?
She wanted to apologize for doubting you and hurting your feelings. She was really sorry about what she said. She wanted to tell you herself, too. She was so determined to save your heart that she threw everything she had at me.
Chie-san said that?
Also, Mitsuru, the girl in charge of the Kirijo group, learned what happened to you and was mortified to hear of it.
Which we've been trying to tell you so many times.
You still think no one understands? That your pain is unique to you?
I never thought of things like that. I never imagined anyone understood me. But that's...
I'm a machine, though. I'm not human. Labrys mutters and casts her eyes down again.
I don't know anymore. What am I supposed to believe?
You're human, so you must have the answer. Labrys gazes up at me expectantly. It's true that I have something to believe in, but I don't just have something to believe in simply because I'm human. Plenty of people walk the earth with nothing to believe. I might be one of them. I had to find it and grab hold of it myself. Indeed, I found it only after facing down my own weakness.
I don't know much about how you suffered in the past. or how many times your heart was broken. But don't give up. Believe in yourself and keep standing up to the world. No matter how many times you fail, some things you have to grasp for yourself.
Labrys looks up. This time she finally looks me in the eye.
Myself?
That's right. If there's something you really want, fight for it. You'll never get it by running away. What's your strongest desire?
Labrys falls silent. I don't prod her for an answer. You can't rush this. This is something one must find by facing down themselves, searching their heart for the answer and making it take form on their own. I can't help her find her way. If she doesn't find it on her own, it will be meaningless. Labrys places her hand to her chest. She then closes her eyes and loses herself deep in thought. Eventually, she opens her eyes again and looks at me.
I want people to understand how I feel.
Then there's someone you need to tell that to. And that's yourself over there.
When I point over at the shadow that's fallen silent, Labrys inhales sharply. Labrys' shadow is a part of herself that she just denied. But because she denied that part, she must also realize that there's a question she needs to answer. Why did I deny myself? I'm sure Labrys has found the answer already.
I get it. That's what you've been saying this whole time. In your own way. Yeah. I understand now.
After making this momentous realization, Labrys stands up on her own will and faces her shadow. The awful part of herself that she denied. And then we get a cutscene that we're gonna skip. Because we just saw it. We're gonna skip that a lot more.
This is the other me.
It's not easy accepting yourself, but you managed to get past that. Congratulations.
Labrys' reply is slightly embarrassed, yet proud. It's the exact combination of emotions I was hoping to see.
We should get going. You have some things you want to tell Chie too, right?
As we leave the announcement room, Mitsuru contacts me. Once the shadow disappeared, all the interference it was creating went with it. The jamming, the invisible walls, all gone. I begin escorting Labrys back to the real world. Follow Mitsuru's directions and reach the specified location. A number of people have already gathered, and I noticed Teddy, Kanji, Chie, and the others I had seen in the P1 commercial as well.
Oh, phew! You're okay, Miss President. Or should I call you Labrys?
Chie-san.
In contrast to Chie's enthusiasm, Labrys looks toward me as if she's unsure about how to feel about everything. Before I can nudge Labrys over towards Chie rushes over and takes Labrys' hand. She smiles brightly after she confirms that Labrys is all right. Labrys cannot resist the infectious air of happiness and breaks into a smile of her own.
Hello, sorry, who are you?
I'm liking that look you've got going on. It's like you just single-handedly saved the world from an evil army.
Yosuke, don't be so rude.
Chie turns towards me and bows energetically.
Akihiko-san, thank you for saving Labrys.
No need to thank me. I just delivered the message you left me with.
Don't you have some people you want to introduce Labrys to? After being prompted, Chie dashes off, tugging Labrys by her hand towards her friends. The people waiting to greet them are everyday students, but none of them seem to be all that concerned by the fact that Labrys is an android. In fact, it seems like they're welcoming her into their group with big smiles. Looks like they're a pretty open-minded bunch. As I'm watching them, I'm joined by some familiar faces.
Are you alright, Akihiko?
I raise my hand as a response to her. That's enough for Mitsuru to understand the situation and smile. Aiga stands next to me and gazes at the group of people gathered around Chie and Labrys.
It seems my sister has also forged a bond.
That takes you back, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. Though I am a machine, I understand what it means for people's hearts to come together. I would definitely like for my sister to learn that as well.
The battle that took place 3 years ago marked a major turning point, not just in my life, but for Aigus and the others that fought alongside me as well. Labrys has just reached that same turning point. Watching this unfold for someone else feels nostalgic and heartwarming at the same time. Mitsuru, however, is standing unmoved. She furrows her brow and is sporting a look I know all too well. What's troubling her now of all times? Aigus notices the serious look on Mitsuru's face and speaks to her in a hushed tone.
Are you
thinking of sealing my sister away again?
Don't tell me you're going ahead with that. I know you're in a delicate position, but I have serious issues with this.
No, you misunderstand. I realize full well the situation here. That's not what I was thinking about. What's bothering me is that the true culprit in this case never did show their face.
What? Didn't Labris say she escaped here on her own?
That's what I thought most likely at the time, but that scenario doesn't match what we've learned since then. How did Labris learn about this world? Why did she call in these other persona users?
You had some basic investigation done on Inaba, right? If she regained her consciousness a while ago, it's possible she infiltrated your network and found out about that stuff.
That's not my only doubt. Labris's ability to cloud others' senses can only go as far as creating hallucinations. That's inconsistent with the ability to control people so thoroughly as to make them risk their lives in a hijacking. There's too much that doesn't add up.
That does seem suspicious.
Mitsuru is right. There are too many unexplained circumstances here. But why stand around worrying about it? All the answers we need are a few simple questions away. I call out to Labris.
Labris, how did you escape all the way here?
Huh? I was inside a chamber and...
Oh, there she goes. Her body immediately goes completely rigid. That's not good. Labris looks like she's standing completely devoid of thought, but I know better.
Get back!
I shout out a warning to everyone in the area. Labris immediately reaches for the large axe on her back and brandishes it.
What a pain.
I have to protect Chie and the other civilians. I immediately take a step forward to engage the still expressionless Labris. This is a different situation than our earlier battle. Since Labris can now use her persona, this is going to be a much more difficult fight. If we join forces to attack her, this would be a simple matter. However, Labris's body has already taken a lot of damage from all the battles she's been in. There's no way of knowing if she'd survive a combined assault from us. Doubt and hesitation swirl around my mind and cloud my thoughts. I must make a decision and follow it with no regrets. That's when Mitsuru's sharp voice pierces the air.
Akihiko, buy me some time.
Looks like she has some kind of plan up her sleeve. Then, my course of action has been decided. I tightly ball my hand into a fist and extend it towards my opponent. And I reiterate my vow.
I will protect you no matter what.
Even if it means punching you in the face. Phew.
Final. Fight.
Ah.
Uppercut.
Damn.
I'm not giving. Go persona.
Ha ha ha. The combos. And I'm done. Oh, maybe not. Oh, got right through. Well, Akihiko is a much more technical fighter. It's harder to use him. But that's why you make bookmarks.
Welcome to the Velvet Room. This place exists.
I wish you good luck.
Skip that.
Final. Fight.
Uppercut. Do it. Not bad. Straight punch.
Oh. Wow, you got a lot of different weapons. That is not the end of Akihiko's thing. Because he has 5 fights.
Looks like I managed to keep her intact.
Ooh, but she still seems to be under the control of someone else. Do we have to strike down the one controlling her? But where could they be controlling Labrys from? Just as I prepare to check the surrounding area for any outside presences, a voice echoes from somewhere.
You resorted to your fists in the end, after all. That's why people say your strength is fake.
Wait, how? There's a familiar voice that I can't quite place. Darkness manifests from out of nowhere and coalesces into the form of a person.
What is that?
It's another Akihiko-san? Whoa! Is that Akihiko-san's shadow?
But he has a persona. That shouldn't be possible. The darkness dissipates, and what was left standing there was me. Just like Labrys' shadow from before, he looks exactly like me. The only difference is in the eyes. While the others are stirring, he coldly declares...
You go on and on about resolve and whatnot. What have you been doing these past few years? Just training yourself to fight better, that's all. You haven't grown at all as a person. You're still running from your fear of losing people, just like before. So you are watching us. Looks like the mastermind of this thing has a lot of time to kill.
Huh? Mastermind?
He's taken aback by my taunt, but continues on.
What are you talking about? I came from the sea of your soul. Enough. You think you rattle me with that tired old theme?
The shadow, no, the mastermind, arrogantly tries to rile me up, but his taunts are powerless against me. I'm not taking the bait. No anger, not even surprise. There's nothing rising within me. My heart was completely placid.
You won't admit it. Then rise again, my puppet. Dance until you shatter.
Shadow orders the fallen Labrys to stand. As if a puppet on the strings, Labrys responds to the Shadow's command.
Looks like you've shown your stripes already. That power proves you're not my shadow. So what? You still have no choice but to suffer. Unless you destroy this thing, it will keep rising up and attacking you all. What will you do?
Trust Mitsuru to come up with a countermeasure and then kick your ass? I glance over at Mitsuru. She gives me a slight nod, and I laugh.
Sad to say, but this show is over.
What?
It means we won't fall for the same trick again. Yamagishi, now!
Oh, really? Fuka? Just as Mitsuru's voice sounds, the ominous presence lurking within Labrys was repelled. Turns out the person who Mitsuru contacted before entering the TV world was Fuka. I see. Her persona abilities could disrupt the control on Labrys without her having to enter this world.
Are you all okay?
Hey, nice hair. Fuka Yamagishi. She's a friend of ours who helped us greatly in the battle 3 years ago. She has an analytical persona, and she herself is a whiz at digging up useful information. The Asagami High students don't know anything about Fuka and are looking around in surprise.
Is this like Rise-chan's persona?
Yep.
Wait, where is she?
This feeling. What the? That voice. It's not coming from in here. Whoever it is out there.
Seriously? She can use hers in the real world? That's amazing.
That's not your shadow, Akihiko-senpai. It's just a fake mimicking your appearance.
Very impressive to guess correctly from such a long distance away.
No guessing.
You must be the one behind all this. You stole Labrys and threw her into a TV. You were after persona users from the start. That's why you chose this school and tampered with Labrys' memories. And you just demonstrated how you controlled those hijackers.
Why did you go after these students? What are you up to? Personas and shadows are one and the same. If I poison your hearts, I can recruit shadows with unparalleled strength.
That's an interesting plot.
Wait, what? You mean turn our personas back to shadows?
The heart is frail. Its weaknesses are never fully vanquished. Given the opportunity, it can betray you and return to darkness. Old wounds that you thought you had overcome opened once again. You almost let go of your hearts, your personas.
That explains a lot about what Shadow Labrys was doing when Chie and Yosuke and were all in the announcement room.
This one's desire to make people suffer was perfectly suited for such a plan.
Plan?
You caused all this to gather strong shadows?
Why would you do such a thing?
All the loose ends are finally getting tied up. I glare at the enemy as he smugly reveals his grand scheme.
That's enough. I see now that there's no room for any more excuses.
I pull out my evoker. I can perform a summoning without this now, but I still couldn't just let it go. It serves as a constant reminder of those days fighting as part of Seize. It's so I don't forget the joy, the sorrow, and the losses from those days. I point the muzzle at my head just like I used to. The feeling of cold metal, the easy trigger pull.
You said before that I couldn't cast aside my fears.
Back then, I felt that I didn't care if I lived or if I died. I just wanted all the power I could manage. Whether my disregard for my own life was because I secretly wanted someone to punish me, or because I wanted someone stronger than I to forgive me and allow me to live. In either case, my resolution is no longer the same.
But I'll tell you something. People who have no fears end up dying early or throwing their lives away. My determination coexists with my fears. I know that death and loss are always close by.
I squeeze the trigger of my evoker. A nostalgic sensation. I was just a kid 3 years ago when I laid my life on the line. But now, though, I can't allow myself to die. In my heart, I know that I cannot lose this fight. I've accumulated all this power to protect others. I'm risking my life in order to stay alive and to keep my friends safe. That is my current determination.
You still say you're my shadow?
If shadow is just another form of one's persona, then...
My determination would never leave my side.
Caesar! Yeah, death, sacrifice, and suicide were all very strong parts of Persona 3. You summon your persona by shooting yourself in the head. It's kind of weird. Pew.
Final.
Ooh. Oh, jab. The cherry tap. And that is the end of Akihiko. Akihiko's story. No more battles. Getting through these relatively quick, I'm glad.
No wonder you managed to drive back a god once. I didn't think you'd resist this fiercely.
Other important consideration. In Persona 4, you successfully kill gods. In Persona 3, they can't. They only seal it. I thought that I'd done some serious damage to that thing, but it seems he has no intentions of giving up his ridiculous charade. He nonchalantly carries on while still wearing my face.
This is fine with me. Good enough for my purposes. I've confirmed you have enough power to meet my expectations.
Good enough, my ass.
Who do you think you are? You're really pissing me off!
Mastermind contorts my face into an eerie smirk and chuckles.
I doubted there'd be any meaning in changing my appearance, but sure enough, it made for a very enjoyable game. I will see you in another guise next time. Just wait until then. Wait!
There's no way I'm letting you get away. I immediately closed the gap between myself and him, but with a final smirk, he disappeared. All that remains is his laughter.
Yamagishi.
The reading disappeared. It didn't move, it just vanished. What could this mean?
Back to square one again.
bullshit! Don't you ever come back again!
Still, what was it planning on using our persona powers for?
It hasn't given up, right? And we'll see it again.
Indeed. Based on what it said, I have every reason to assume that it'll return. The enemy's objectives are still mostly unclear, and we don't even know who he is. We do have a lead, though. I look towards Mitsuru and Aigis. Though I can't say this in front of the students, the fact that the mastermind knew about Labrys is a big clue. We're most likely dealing with someone related to Kirijo.
Don't worry about it. We'll handle things from here.
Wait, but it kinda said it was still after us.
I mean, don't we need to, like, get guns or something?
Of course. You should be aware that the enemy is out there. Akihiko only means that there is no need to abandon your lives to pursue it. We will do our best to ensure that no harm comes to you. That is, after all, our duty.
Bitch, you don't know who you're messing with. I'll just leave the rest of the explanations to Mitsuru. She's much better at saying the right things in these situations. In the meantime, I glare at the empty space where the enemy was.
The battle will go on, huh?
After all the members of the Shadow Operatives safely returned from inside the TV, we decided to spend a day in Inaba doing follow-up stuff and leave quietly the next day.
I'm glad things went well. Oh, but first, it's good to see you again. This is becoming a real reunion.
As Fuka looks behind her to the back seat, Mitsuru and Aigis smile at each other. Even for those of us who fought in that battle 3 years ago, journeying into a world inside a TV to retrieve a robot still sounds absurd. Still, we managed to accomplish our mission. We retrieved Labrys, and we kept the incident as contained as possible. However, our plan to leave quietly, like a covert ops unit should, was foiled by that group of students.
They were certainly a lively bunch to the very end.
Mitsuru seems to have thought the lapse in security wasn't enough to stain the overall success of the mission, and smiles. I recall the smiling faces of those students as they came by to see us off from Inaba. I didn't think they'd all show up. They turned the quiet departure we'd planned into a big scene. Labrys, who Mitsuru's opted not to reseal, is still gazing out the rear window and waving to them.
You regret parting with them?
A little. But it's only a matter of time. I promised Chie and the rest that I'd definitely come back.
I want to see the Inaba group and say goodbye to them in person. Labrys was the one who insisted on a formal goodbye. Not only that, she herself decided to leave them for a while and join the Shadow Operatives. Even if it was unlikely that she could go to school with them, there may have been some way for her to see her new friends more often instead of joining up with their secret group. But that wasn't what Labrys wanted. There are things I must do in order to pursue the mastermind that dragged all of us into this incident. If I stay with the Shadow Operatives, I can accomplish those things. Those were her words. She has formed bonds, but rather than depending on them, she'd rather push forward. This must be why she's able to overcome a past filled with more grief than any ordinary person's. Her resolve is amazing. And Labrys isn't the only one who gained a new determination in these lands either. In order to speak of my own resolve, I straighten myself and face Mitsuru.
Mitsuru. May I talk to you?
Oh, that's formal.
What is it? It's unlike you to be so formal.
This won't be any time soon, but I'm thinking of leaving the Shadow Operatives eventually.
What?
Huh?
Fuka doesn't seem as hard hit as the other members, but even she's looking at me with confusion in her eyes. This is actually something that I've been thinking about from the very beginning. These feelings have been smoldering inside me ever since I received my first mission. I finally found an avenue to direct those feelings. Mitsuru seems to realize that this is something that I've given a lot of thought to and responds in a businesslike manner.
May I ask why?
There's something I want to do now. And I can't do it while I'm part of an unofficial group like this.
People who fear random acts of violence and crime, people down on their luck who have no one they can turn to, I want to be someone they can rely on. A superhero. There is one great power that protected me in the past when I was faced with senseless acts of violence that caused me great loss. It was an ordinary police officer. Right now, I'm forced to turn a blind eye to the plights of some people. As long as I have to carry out my obligations as a member of the Shadow Operatives, I won't be able to help them. I'm going to have to forego protecting some of the smaller things in order to deal with the larger missions. This case helped me realize that I don't want to give up on those smaller things. I want to protect them.
I see. I think you would be well suited to it, Akihiko-san.
Becoming a police officer to protect one city would be great too. I'm not against working my way through official channels to become a force for security, but greater power is required to protect a larger area. And that power can't just come from my fists. There are greater, intangible powers in society as well. it wouldn't be a bad idea to work my way into the upper echelon as a government official either. And again, I don't know if I'm cut out for all of that bureaucratic stuff. Mitsuru had been quietly taking in all my musings and interrupted my train of thought with some surprising words.
Of all the things you were going to say, that's it?
What do you mean that's it? Even I know it's pretty ordinary, but...
Whether you man a police box or become a career officer, you should do it. And if you do, then I'll consider your circumstances, to an extent, whenever I need you.
Huh? What's that supposed to mean?
For a moment, I couldn't understand what Mitsuru meant.
Wait, are you planning on making me belong to 2 departments at once? You wouldn't use the Kirijo name for that, would you?
Bite your tongue? I won't do anything. But even if I don't, it'll happen on its own. You underestimate the organization's need for you.
The look on Mitsuru's
Leaving
face.
that aside, if you're going to wish to become something like that, then there's something you need to do first.
You're right. You need to train more and...
Slap him.
No, I meant going back to college.
Mitsuru sternly adds, you should follow Yamagishi's example. That reminds me, I took a leave of absence from college to go on my journey. I didn't have a problem with my classes while I was still attending. What about
Do
now?
not worry, Akihiko-san. I will calculate the units and time necessary for graduating and plan the most effective curriculum for you.
I'll be counting on you, I guess. I've been thinking this for a while now, but Akihiko seems to need someone to manage him.
I'm honored.
Another trial for me to face.
Someone's in trouble.
Labras interjects with a joke at my expense and starts laughing. I guess Mitsuru and even Fuko warmly smile back at Labras. For a robot, Labras sure has great timing and a great smile. I give up and heave a deep sigh before leaning back in my seat. Labras quickly formed new bonds in Inaba, and she will surely continue to form new bonds while she works within the Shadow Operatives. One's heart changes through encountering others. It's the same whether your heart is covered with muscle or metal. Even if the culprit behind this incident were to appear again, he'd be no match for my new determination. The weather is great today. The day's cloudless sky is a perfect metaphor for my new resolve. Think about how fitting the situation is makes me laugh to myself. After all this traveling, I finally feel like I've taken a step forward. And that's Akihiko done. Nice. Skip the credits for now. So we're probably not going to be able to finish...
Welcome to the Velvet Room. This place exists between dream and reality, mind and matter.
This is Elizabeth.
Now then, why don't you introduce yourself?
Her story has less to do with everybody else's than anybody else's. It's kind of weird. What did we do next? Was it Yukiko? I think it was Yukiko.
I wish you good luck.
Anti-Shadow? Labras?
That was what Miss President said. Miss President is now completely different. Where she had arms and legs before is now metal. Her form was now exactly the same as the Shadow, including all the mechanical
All
parts.
systems are clear. Commencing elimination.
Oh, that's right. Miss President then swings a giant axe with ease and begins fighting against the Shadow. Amazing. That's the only word that comes to mind. She transformed from cowering girl into a robot who is trading blows with the Shadow in an instant. She doesn't even have a persona.
I can't believe this. You completely shut off your ego.
That's dangerous.
So you don't care if you live or die, as long as you don't have to face up to what you really are? How ignorant are you?
Let me see here. Yosuke. Oh, right. Before I continue, I have to be right. Cat needs a pill. Burb. Sorry about that. I don't know if I've mentioned this on any of the videos or the streams, but about 3 weeks ago, my cat was diagnosed with hyperthyroidism, which isn't actually that bad. She just needs to take a pill twice a day. You ever tried to make a cat take a pill? Ain't so easy. They don't want to eat it, but I make her do it. And then I give her treats because she's a good girl. Anyway. The shadow growls and then destroys the announcement room door to escape outside. Miss President follows suit.
Miss President!
She doesn't acknowledge my voice in the slightest. I'm left dumbfounded in the room when I try to think about what I just saw. Miss President isn't human? But that can't be.
It seems I came too late. She's an older generation model, yet she's this powerful?
The one that appeared from the broken door was... Wait, what? I can't really explain that easily. The person who appeared was a woman wearing a white fur coat and some kind of skin-tight suit that looks like what soldier-type people wear in all those action movies that guys love. Given her taste in clothes, I have no idea what kind of person she is at all. After she looks us all over, she gracefully raises her hand in the air. And then...
Artemisia!
She summoned a persona? I tense up as a reaction, but while I'm still in shock, the wounds on Yukun's body heal instantaneously. I forgot that we fought. She's not an enemy?
No way. You can use a persona? Actually, I didn't sense you at all. Who are you?
Well, since you've all become unavoidably involved with this, I'll at least tell you who I am. My name is Mitsuru Kirijo. In a way, I'm the one responsible for this commotion.
A persona user besides us. Wait, I feel like I've heard the name Kirijo before.
What do you mean you're responsible for this? Do you also know the reasons behind what happened a moment ago?
I'm sorry, but there's only so much I'm at liberty to tell you.
Don't worry, we'll figure it out.
Though it's only natural for you to have your doubts, I'll try and answer to the best of my ability.
Mitsuru-san sighs before telling us about the sequence of events leading up to now. Even though it was simplified, what she told us came as a huge shock. She told us that shadows not only appear in the TV world, but there were cases where shadows appear in the real world. On top of that, there's a never-ending battle, and Mitsuru-san is leading an organization created to fight those battles. And one of the weapons created for those battles was Labris. That would be Miss President, who was with us until a moment ago. Oh, wait, I had a feeling that I heard the name Kirijo before. The Kirijo Group? It's not just a stock brokerage, it's a huge corporation that manufactures a lot of things. And if her last name is Kirijo, then does that mean this giant corporation is... Whoa. There are too many possibilities that just opened up there. I need to just slow everything down for a moment. After I stop for a second and think about everything again, the most shocking information is that...
I can't believe this. A machine made with a heart so it could use a persona.
Well, we did just see it in action.
I understand that it's hard to believe, but I'm not lying to you. It's the truth. Of course, I didn't expect a shadow to emerge from her like that.
Mitsuru-san continues on after looking us straight in the eye.
You should leave the rest of this to us. It's all right if you back out now.
Her words have an air of authority to them. She seems very strong-willed. This person also seems very well aware of the gravity of the situation. Mitsuru-san is right, though. Ordinary high school students like us probably shouldn't get involved in a case like this. Even though she healed Yukon, I'm still worried about his condition, and I also worry about the other friends I left behind earlier as well. Still...
I understand what you're saying, but I can't leave Miss President like this.
What? Why not?
From what you told us, it seems like she was created only to fight. But I can't claim that this has nothing to do with me. The way she talked was just like a normal girl.
This president was suffering. Even if she was a robot created only for fighting, I can't leave her after seeing her so emotional. She's just not just a robot anymore.
And I promised her that once we got to the bottom of this, we'd go out and have fun together. I can't break that promise. If she has a heart, that's all the more reason I can't turn my back on her.
That's right. Doesn't matter if she's a machine. She and I were able to relate to each other. And Miss President protected us. If she's suffering right now, then I want to be by her side and support her. This may be nothing more than an emotionally fueled plea coming from an unrelated high school student to Mitsuru-san, but I still don't want to back down.
I'd like to make a request too. Will you take Yukiko with you?
Yukon?
Don't worry about us. You need to save Labris right now.
That's right, Yukiko-senpai. You gotta do your best in our place.
And don't worry, I can switch personas to one that can cast Diorama, and I'm fine. Or Diarahan. Yukun. Risei-chan, thank you. Mitsuru-san looks at us, waiting tensely, and furrows her brow, and then speaks up.
If you're still concerned about Labrys, despite knowing the dangers involved, then I won't stop you.
Thank you.
But we can't waste any more time. Let's go.
Coming. Mitsuru-san takes the lead and exits the announcement room. I sprint after her. Yukun and Risei-chan cheer me on. I feel their cheers boosting my spirits. This is the course I've decided upon for myself. I have no doubts anymore. I must accomplish this no matter what. Yukiko only has 3 battles. Because she already fought with Labrys? No. She actually has the least amount of battles. Interesting. I follow Mitsuru-san and chase after Labrys. The invisible walls are still interfering. Trying to chase down someone without being able to go where you want is really annoying. We're eventually led to one of the empty classrooms, and Mitsuru-san's face gets gloomy.
Another one of those invisible walls.
Mitsuru-san reaches towards the other exit to test it out and knocks on thin air. Does that mean... I reach towards the door we just passed through. Another invisible wall. I can see outside, but we can't leave.
Oh no, does this mean...
Ugh, the tournament rules are still in effect, it seems. She plans to make us fight each other. I should have seen this coming.
Mitsuru-san draws the thin sword on her waist and says, well, it looks like this can't be helped. Don't tell me, do I have to fight against Mitsuru-san now? Even though her sword is pointed at me, I can't take up a defensive stance either. Seeing me like that, Mitsuru-san furrows her brow. She's turned completely cold, unlike a moment ago.
If she's trying to buy time, that means the situation can still get worse. We don't have much time. Let's settle this.
Mitsuru-san!
Is that as far as you're willing to go? Wasn't there something you wanted to protect?
What I want to protect. That's right. I made the decision to come with her because I wanted to save Miss President. No, Labrys. But to fight against someone I just met for no reason. Mitsuru-san must have sensed my lack of determination because her expression becomes even more stern.
Let me clear up any misunderstanding you may harbor. All responsibilities regarding Labrys devolve to me. I respect her feelings, but I can't allow people's lives to be put at risk. If all else fails, destroying her is also an option.
Destroying her?
If your desire to protect her is real, you can prove it by beating me. But if you won't fight, then keep trembling where you are, and I'll settle this very quickly indeed.
She's not saying this as a threat. Mitsuru-san's expression is truly serious. If it comes down to it, this person really has the resolve to destroy Labrys. Then I need to make up my mind too. I must resolve to fight, to protect her.
I'll fight. Whatever I think. If only one of us can move on, it should be whoever's stronger.
Now that's what I was hoping to hear. Of course, whether or not you can best me is another matter.
I sense a strong power from Mitsuru-san's persona, but I don't want to lose. I'm fighting for Labrys. Nope. Yeah, it looks like I was right. So after this, it's Mitsuru, and then after that, it's Naoto. And then I gotta make it up as we go. I think before Naoto was Teddy? Oh my god. Is it date of birth, year, month, or year, day, month? Look, I have to check that. Fan beats sword.
Well done. You have proven your resolve.
Upon saying so, Mitsuru-san smiles. It seems that the sternness she had before the fight wasn't
Now,
genuine.
go after her. I'm confident that you can salvage her heart.
Even though she had just spoken about destroying her like an object before the fight, she just said her heart. Could it be?
Did you let me win on purpose?
I object to the question. I don't indulge people in critical situations like this.
Yeah, she's right. The stern words Mitsuru-san said before we fought may have actually been an attempt at kindness on her part. Me going forward instead of her means that if worse comes to worse, I will have to execute the painful decision instead of Mitsuru-san. If you think of it like that, losing on purpose wouldn't be kind at all. I chide myself for having such soft thoughts. Saving someone's life isn't something you can do half-heartedly. It was the same with last year's case, too. Since I fought Mitsuru-san and won, I must accomplish this no matter what.
Okay, then I'm going now. And I'm coming back with Labrys no matter what.
That's the spirit. I'm counting on you, Amagi.
I turn my back towards Mitsuru-san and run out of the classroom. I hurry and try to make my way to Labrys as quickly as possible. The thing I really like about these stories is that it gives everybody their chance to show that they are just as strong as everybody else, or as the main hero. I proceed down the hallways, once again led by invisible walls. As I make my way, I notice that I'm being led back to the announcement room where I'd rushed out of not long before. What's the meaning of this? The door that was destroyed earlier is back to normal, and I don't see Yukon or Risei-chan around either. I try opening the door. I need to figure out what's going on. We've seen that cutscene.
What's going on?
I feel like I'm going to go insane. When I open the door, the scene beyond the window is completely changed. There are tons of grotesque things that are shaped like people. This seems entirely different from the announcement room from earlier. Labrys and her shadow are fighting within this sinister red world and trying to destroy each other.
Labrys, please wake up!
There's no light in Labrys' eyes. She's expressionless, like she really is a machine. She looks entirely different from when she had called herself student council president. Is this Labrys' true form? No, that's not it.
You don't have to fight like that! Don't act like you're a machine!
Labrys, who notices my voice, takes distance from her shadow and turns to me. Her expression is still robotic.
Analyzing voice print. Identity confirmed as Yukiko Amagi. Yukiko Amagi.
We made a promise to each other. You just have to be yourself.
Yukiko-san?
Labrys' eyes are different now. They're not the eyes of a machine anymore. They're the eyes of the Labrys that I've come to know in this short time. But once she drops her mechanical nature, her precise mechanical movements lose their rhythm. The shadow who had been watching us distorts her lips into a smirk and seizes upon this opening.
Oh, really? After she lied to you and used you all this time?
That's not...
First, you deceived her by acting human. And now that things aren't going your way, you've decided to be a machine instead? Why don't you just give it up? Just tell everyone how you really feel. You want the everyday boys and girls to experience what you had to go through, right? That's why we're in a school having a fighting tournament. You want to see close friends fight for their lives against each other. Because if they do that, then they might understand. You want to make them understand.
No! That wasn't my wish at all!
The shadow glares at me with as much hate as she could muster. Labrys looks towards me as well, and her face scrunches up into a ball of sadness. I want my pain to be understood. The shadow made us friends fight against each other in this TV world because Labrys wished for it to happen? Does that mean Labrys was forced to fight against those who were close to her too? I feel like Yukiko is like the second most clueless person. The most clueless is Kaji. Like, no question about it. Kaji has no fucking idea what's going on. Just because she's a weapon? I don't think I can ever truly say that I understand how she feels. But
it's all right. I don't know what happened to you in the past, but whatever it was, it doesn't define you. I understand that much at least.
Understand? What could you possibly understand? All you got is some cheap, self-righteous pity.
That's not true.
it's not cheap, I know. I've seen Labrys' kind expressions. Now Labras is no different from an ordinary girl.
Please stop! I've had enough!
My words still don't reach Labras. The shadow ridicules Labras, who is still trembling and cannot move.
Oh, yeah? Then let me take over from here. I'll destroy everyone who pretends to understand, just like you did before.
Upon hearing Labras' voice, the shadow's face contorts into glee. That's when I finally figured it out. No, that's not right. I didn't figure it out. I remembered. I should have realized it much sooner. Shadow's true objective.
No!
That's...
You're not me!
Yes, that's right. I'm myself. I'm not you anymore.
I really need to study more Jungian's, like, philosophy. Because this is all based on Carl Jung.
Yes.
Shadow goes berserk and gains power after it's denied by its owner. I knew that, and yet I didn't stop it from happening. I stepped between Labras and the Shadow, who has changed into an ominous form. I couldn't stop her Shadow from going berserk, but it's still not too late.
What? You're still gonna stand in my way? Fine. I'll crush you along with the real one.
Same thing happened to me, too. I'm only here now because you couldn't and the others saved me when I rejected my own weakness. And just like then, someone needs to step in and save someone else. This time, it's my turn to save Labras. So I think that... What the hell was I going to say? Oh, I lost it. Okay, so it is year, month, day. So that means Mitsuru has the same birthday as me. Different year, but, you know. Whoa! She just punched the fucking TV? Awesome! So there's three versions of Labras. There's Labras, there's Shadow Labras, who uses whatever the hell that persona was, and then there's actual Labras, who uses Ariadne. Interesting. Labras' shadow collapses and stops moving. Thank goodness, it seems that I managed to win. All that's left is for Labras to accept her shadow, and it should put an end to everything. But the weight of the past Labras is harboring isn't a normal thing. When anyone goes through tough times, the wish that normal people would experience their pain arises in everyone's mind at one point or another. But the pain from her past comes from her being forced to kill her friends. It's incomparable to the problems I needed to face last year. If I was forced to hurt Chie until she died, I think I'd go insane in a snap. I wonder if she'll be okay.
Labras.
I call to Labras while my heart is still pounding. Labras answers in a teary voice. I have to support her. Even though there's no way I could understand everything she's gone through. I want to support her because there are things I can't understand.
Why? Why did you save me? You already know I'm a machine. I'm a machine that's supposed to protect people. But because what they did to me was so painful, I took it out on other people too. So why are you? It's okay. You must have suffered so much. I'm sorry. You went through so much pain to protect us. But it's all right now. I won't let those things happen to you anymore.
Labras looks up in response to my words. When I think about when Labras protected us from her shadow, how she closed off her heart, reverted to the mechanical self that she never wanted to show anyone, makes my heart ache. I never wanted to have to go through that again. Labras has already lived through so many painful experiences. Because of that, I could never truly say that I understand her feelings. But I'm sure that I can at least protect her so she won't have to go through this pain anymore.
It doesn't matter if you're human or not. I'm your friend. We made a promise, remember?
You want to be friends?
Or be friends? We're friends already. That's why, if you're going through tough times, I'll always be there to help you through and protect you. Labra seems genuinely surprised. She probably doesn't realize it, but she doesn't look anything like a machine when she makes faces like that. I can tell that you truly have a heart.
I've faced my own shadow too. I wanted to blame everything on someone else because I felt so powerless. I was waiting for someone to do my work for me. I wanted to escape from my life, so I dreamed that a prince would take me away. But my friends helped me realize that was just me trying to run from my problems.
I recount my own experiences for Labras. It's the same as what Labras went through a moment ago. She had feelings, experiences that she didn't ever want other people to know about. Because they were all true, it makes it even harder to accept them, so she rejected them. Labras has a heart, just like I do.
The reason I could accept my weakness and fight this to the very end is because I had my friends helping me.
So she can't understand what Labras went through, but she can empathize or sympathize with her and support her in those dark moments when those feelings overwhelm her. That's what friendship is. That's all friendship is. Well, that's not all friendship is, but that's kind of an important part of friendship.
I had friends who worried about me, who stood beside me. I wasn't alone.
Smile at Labras. And that's also, for the record, why my wife is my best friend. She helps me with all of that stuff. I try to help her with all that stuff. I'm probably not as good at it as she is, but, you know, I try. Just as you did for me back then.
That gave me unimaginable strength. You're not alone anymore either. I'm sure you'll be able to find a place where you belong, too.
Admitting your own weaknesses is scary. No one wants to see their weakness. But I know that it's possible you don't have to face it if you don't have to face it alone. When Labras hears my words, the light returns to her eyes. I can sense a strong will from her. That light must be from her heart. I'm so glad that my words got through to her. Labras nods reassuringly and begins walking towards her shadow. She takes the steps towards her own weakness. And skip. Risei-chan contacted us soon after. She must have detected the shadow's presence disappear, and we were able to join up with each other. The invisible walls and the tournament's rules both seemed to have stopped once Labras accepted her own shadow. As Risei-chan uses her persona to contact everyone and tell them that everything's been solved, some of us were surprised to discover that Kanji-kun was here, as well as Naoto-kun, who wasn't even supposed to be in Inaba today. Risei-chan tells everyone to meet up on the rooftop. From what she tells us, the studio-like space connected to Junes seems to have been restored there. The four of us immediately begin to head towards the entrance, but Labras stops. I ask what's wrong. She responds anxiously.
Hey, can I really come with you? Seems like I'd just be a nuisance.
Nah.
What do you mean, a nuisance?
Well, you know, I'm a machine. There'd be all sorts of problems.
There would?
God, you're fucking clueless. What does she mean by problems? Compared to Teddy, I can't think of any possible problems Labras would cause.
Are you saying it wouldn't bother you and your friends? Wow. You sure are cool about all of this.
Jeez,
Or
Labras,
clueless.
She's more human than a lot of people out there. If I were you, I'd brag about it. You don't think it's cool being a robot and a persona user?
It's unique, that's for sure. In any case, there's no way you'd be a nuisance.
Yukun and Risei-chan both laugh out loud. I can't help but giggle along with them. Considering our circumstances, there's nothing at all that weird about Labras. She's now a good friend of ours, no different from anyone else here. We already have Teddy. He's a freaking non-person that made a person that hits on every fucking lady. And sometimes kanji, it's weird.
Yukiko! You really outdid yourself this time!
When we reach the entrance area, Yosuke-kun and Chie call to me at once. They'd been worried about me ever since I fought against them. Teddy notices that Labras is with me and immediately dashes over with glee.
Are you okay, Miss President? I was so worried about you. Huh? Those hands and legs, are they accessories? You're so meta-luring.
Everyone, and sometimes kanji.
I can scarcely believe my eyes. The Kirijo group's humanoid weapons actually exist.
Naoto-kun seems to know a bit about her already. But yeah, considering that everyone is here, I think now is a good opportunity to introduce her. I tell everyone everything that happened with Labras, with some help from Yukin's supplemental comments. After I finish talking, silence washes over the rooftop. Labras has fallen silent too and looks nervous. Kanji-kun was the first to speak.
I don't really get what's going on, but everything worked out, yeah? So I'm glad everyone's all right.
What's with the jumping to conclusions? You're one of the things that got us into this mess, you know.
Well, that was anyone could have done that.
Actually, are you feeling okay? You're not tired or... Oh, what am I saying? Of course you're tired.
Huh? No, I'm fine. Isn't there something wrong with this picture? Shouldn't you guys be pissed at me and all?
Huh? What would we be mad about?
Nah, don't worry about it. We're cool. Pretty much all of us have caused trouble for each other because of our shadows.
Except for you.
Yeah, especially Kanji-kun.
Me? That's not fair. I never saw your guys' shadows, you know. Naoto's was pretty crazy, at least.
Don't drag me into this. I mean, after the epithet given to Kanji-kun, I imagine that his shadow must have been far, far worse than mine.
Hell no!
Labras blinks in surprise after seeing the group's usual friendly puns. See, I told you there wouldn't be any problems. When I say that to her, Labras quietly replies back, man, you were right. And then...
Well done, Amagi. I had every confidence that you could do this.
I hear a voice behind me. When I turn around, I see Mitsuru-san and two other people. Who are they? Were they in here looking for Labras too? Like Mitsuru-san, they both have weird outfits. And that person...
It's nice to meet you all. My name is Aigis. Thank you very much for saving my sister.
Oh, that's what I wanted to mention. I wonder if each robot that mastered the generation, like the first, second, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth generations of shadow weapons or anti-shadow weapons, got a name related to a weapon. Because Labras is a type of axe. That's why she uses an axe. It's the double-headed axe that you see. It's Minoan. Aegis is just another way of saying Aegis, which is a shield. And her persona, her original persona, is Palladion. Yeah, that's all I got to say about that. But it makes me wonder, are they all weapons that are named after weapons? Because that would be weird. Girl with a body similar to Labras seems to have noticed me looking at her and addresses me. Does she mean Labras? Then that means...
Excuse me, but you're... I mean, are you also...
Yes, I too am a robot.
How did people not figure this shit out? Look at her arms!
She's kind of a later version of what Labras was built for. Oh, I'm Akihiko Sanada. Sorry for all the trouble.
So Aigis-san is the robot, and Akihiko-san is the one wearing a red cape. Okay, I've memorized them now. Actually, I guess it would actually be harder to forget them. In contrast to those two, Labras takes a step back. Her expression is tense. Is she nervous? Of course she is. They came in here looking for her, after all. Oh yeah, I didn't introduce everyone to Mitsuru-san and her friends. While I'm still flustered, Yukun and Risei-chan officially introduce them to everyone else. Afterwards, Mitsuru-san explains the circumstances of how they ended up here to us. More like to Labras, though. How this case began by Labras being dropped into a TV and how they all pursued her into this world. As Mitsuru-san explains their intentions, Labras seems to get even more nervous. She must be worried. But it's alright. Mitsuru-san realizes Labras' emotional state. She turns her gaze towards Labras and kindly smiles to her.
Don't worry. I'm not planning to seal you away again.
But I ran wild and caused so much trouble.
Yeah, you ran wild and caused trouble for like 7, 8 people tops. It's fine. Sorry, 7, maybe 8 people and a teddy. Who cares?
I mean, not just today, but back then, too.
You've awakened to your persona and gained control over it. You're hardly a rogue test unit anymore. Besides, you have a heart. We would never treat anyone with a heart so poorly.
Mitsuru-san really is as kind as I thought. Her emotions seem to have reached Labras as well, and she's about to smile to answer Mitsuru-san. Her expression goes blank, and she suddenly stops moving. Huh? What's going on?
Huh? Labras' recognition signal has been interrupted. Someone is hacking into her.
Recognition signal? Hacking? What does she mean? Just as I'm about to reach towards Labras...
It's not over yet.
A completely different person's voice came out of Labras' mouth. Upon hearing that, Mitsuru-san noticed something I don't and mutters in surprise.
Is this the same communication system we use?
What are you standing around for? Everyone, get away from Labras!
Labra's hand jerkily reaches towards the axe on her back. After a moment's pause, she swings at us all without any hesitation.
Labrys! What's going on?
I cannot gain access. She's being controlled. It isn't coming from inside this facility. The signal originates elsewhere.
You mean outside the TV?
This is just a little extra resistance. Now, entertain me.
Labrys dashes towards us with glazed eyes. Just when everyone is shell-shocked by the sudden turn of events, I stand before Labrys.
Hey, what are you doing? It's too dangerous.
I'll stop her. Isn't this part of protecting her? I need to stop this.
Amagi.
I don't know what's going on, because I'm kind of oblivious, but there's no way Labrys would try to hurt everyone. If someone is controlling Labrys, I have to put a stop to it. I draw my fan and face Labrys. I also made a promise with her earlier. I promised that I'd never let her suffer alone again.
Please, wake up!
I mean, at least Kanji tries to understand what's happening. But Yukiko, I swear to God, you're just like, I don't get this. Let's move on. Pew.
Final. Fight.
Ow. Oof. I threw a fan at her and she died. Anti-shadow weapon my ass. Sorry.
My, she was quite easily defeated. Evidently, I didn't push her far enough. Well, she is a test unit, so this is as far as my little game goes.
Disgustingly carefree voice emerges from Labrys, who has ceased moving. Her eyes are still lifeless. My friend Labrys still hasn't returned. Uncontrollable fury rages through me in hearing that voice describe her like some broken toy.
Who are you? Give Labrys back!
Very well. I've acquired enough data after all. I should thank you all. Although this didn't work out, you did stay in it to the very end.
Labrys' shadow was only the mastermind of the tournament. I see now. You're the true culprit behind the whole thing.
Tsuru-san's words make me remember. Now that I think about it, Labrys' shadow separated from Labrys when she entered the TV. In other words, she only sponsored the tournament. But she didn't drop herself into the TV. Without someone to do that, this case would not have happened. Does this mean that culprit is controlling Labrys from somewhere outside the TV? From somewhere safe? That can't be forgiven.
Indeed. It was I who stole Labrys away. Since I don't have a persona and can't enter a TV, I needed a puppet that could run amok for me. Labrys' persona was only partially awakened, so I had a feeling her shadow would appear if she underwent a little suffering. You got the better of me this time. You deserve to know at least that much.
This time? Are you still planning something?
The culprit mocks us. I can't take this anymore. I thought that I finally was able to save her. I thought that everything would be alright now.
That's enough! You're the worst! Labrys has a heart! How can you do this to her knowing that?
Because I'm a psychopath.
A heart, hmm? Meaningless. Whether or not she has one matters not at all to my plan.
What? That's it!
Voice continues mocking us and ignores my words.
Well then, everyone, until we meet again.
It sounds like the culprit just cut off communication. As communication cuts off, Labrys falls to her knees. I rush over and support her body, but she's gone completely limp and her metal body is very heavy. Everyone here goes silent and a heavy atmosphere fills the area. Mitsuru-san looks gloomy, but she speaks up with determination in her
It
voice.
seems whoever our adversary is, they're connected to us. I advise you not to get involved in this matter any further. From here on, you should leave this to us.
We don't really follow authority well, so...
Wait a second. We can't just leave things like this.
I understand how you feel, but this is too dangerous for you. We will do our best to ensure that no harm comes to you. Trust in us and let us work.
This is different from the way she was acting towards me earlier. This time, Mitsuru-san isn't testing me, but is completely rejecting our involvement outright with a firm will. I think that what she's saying is probably the correct course of action. There must be something big going on behind this case, and if that's the case, high school students are probably going to be less equipped to handle it than a well-funded organization like Mitsuru-san's. But still, I can't just back down.
Guys, let's leave this to them.
Huh? Are you serious?
Yukon must realize Mitsuru-san's resolution, too. This must be something we have to come to an understanding about. My mind understands that, but my heart still...
Yukiko, it's best for now if we go home.
Yukon puts his hand on my shoulder. Huh? Did I just hear him say, for now, under his breath? Make them eat your curry. Okay, we want to punish them, not banish them to the 7th layer of hell. When I look up in reaction to Yukon's word, I see a strong fire in his eyes. I see. I nod in recognition. I'm going to try and get through all of these stories tonight, or on this stream. So this stream could go for a while. But we'll finish off with Yukon. After we got out of the TV, we disbanded on the spot without much conversation. Mitsuru-san and her friends were a bit flustered since they came out in the middle of Juness in the midst of a bunch of shoppers. Actually, because there were so many people who looked out of the ordinary, we did cause a bit of a stir. I regret that we had to part there so quickly, because there was much more that I wanted to say. But I know that there is no way I could really express everything anyway. When I returned to the inn, the day's exhaustion hits me all at once. I drew a bath, and I even fell asleep in the bathtub for a bit. After I woke up, I went back to my room and was about to go to sleep. Then I received a call from an unknown number. Usually I don't pick up calls from numbers that I don't recognize, but something tells me that I should pick it up. Turns out to be... How did you get Yukiko's phone number?
And allow me to thank you once again. You did a lot to help today.
Mitsuru-san steps out of the long limousine parked in the outskirts of the shopping district and bowed deeply to us. We're still in Inaba, but this big black limousine and Mitsuru-san are so out of place it feels like we're someplace else entirely. I can just tell that everyone around is watching us. Since Mitsuru-san and her friends have finished investigating this case, it seems they'll be leaving Inaba. Standing next to Mitsuru-san is Labras, who was the one to call us so that we could say farewell in person.
Come on, Yukiko. We have to see her off properly.
Huh? Yeah.
Labras was controlled by the culprit back on the roof, but there seems to have been no major issues with her body, so she looks like she's going to be fine. I should be happy because I know that Labras is safe, so I should be smiling, but I just can't. I end up speaking gloomily.
You really are going with them.
I'm gonna miss you guys, but I made my decision to throw in with Mitsuru-san. I want to capture whoever's behind this. Whatever it takes. You know how you protected me this time? Now it's my turn to repay the favor.
I'm about to say that she doesn't have to worry about such things, but I stop myself. I see, so Labras made this decision herself. I wish she could stay here with us, but if my friend made this decision, then I need to support
And
her.
I'm definitely gonna be back someday. So, why don't you give me a rain check on that promise? Sound good?
Yeah, that's all right. It's still a promise.
Hearing that, I was finally able to smile for Labras. She's right. It's not like this will be the last time we see each other. Our promise will never
I'll
change.
be waiting for you, though. If you break my promise, I'll make you rue the day.
And I kicked your ass 3 times, so I can do it. Labras laughs and shrugs at my joke. I need to protect this place. The place where she promised she'd return to. It's not just succeeding the inn anymore. I have another reason I need to stay here.
We'll all be waiting for you.
Come back soon.
Everyone feels the same way too. It's sad that we have to part with someone just after we just became friends with them, but we all believe that we'll see her again. Labras looks like she's about to cry, but she manages to keep her smile and nods. Mitsuru-san tells her that they're about to leave, and once the two of them enter the limousine, it quietly heads off. Labrys pokes her head out of the window and waves back at us. She keeps waving until we can't see the car anymore.
Oh, she's really gone.
Yeah, but she said she'd come see us again, so enough with the pitiful frown.
What? Did you just call me pitiful? What an incredibly rude thing to say to an idol. Just so you know, I've done a lot of ads for companies under the Kirijo umbrella. I wish I could have introduced myself better.
And just like that, we're back to our normal selves. It's sad that Labrys isn't here, but Kanji-kun is right. And Golden Week has just started for us. I wasn't able to prepare another box lunch so quickly after yesterday's event, but instead I have a great suggestion.
Hey, why don't we go to Junes? We haven't had our welcome back party for Yukon yet.
Great idea, Yuki-chan. I was just thinking the same thing.
You're right. It's been a while too, so let's all go there and catch up.
Yosuke-kun and Yukon glance at each other upon hearing my suggestion. Could they be scheming something?
All right, sounds like a plan. We have a few things to talk to them about too, right, partner?
Yeah, let's go, everyone.
Those looks. That's like some kind of secret friend wink, isn't it? They're definitely up to something. I'm not exactly sure what's going on between them, but I do have an idea. I'm guessing it's probably something we'll all be together for, right? We still have a lot of Golden Week left after all. After the welcoming back party for Yukon, Chie and I are in the miscellaneous goods section and looking at trinkets. Teddy and Yosuke-kun have gone back to work while Rise-chan takes Naoto-kun shopping. Yukon and Kanji-kun are together in the grocery area. Everyone is just doing their own thing.
Boy, was I surprised when Yukon brought that up. I didn't tell her we wouldn't get involved, was it? Can you believe him?
No kidding. I wonder what Matsuri-san would say if she heard that.
What Yukon and Yosuke-kun brought up during the welcome back party was the reformation, or more like the reformation, of the investigation team. And it was decided that we'd all pursue this case by ourselves. And there was no objections, of course. Everyone seemed to have been waiting for Yukon's words and all spoke up at once. There's no way we can leave what happened inside this town's TV to someone else. I feel bad for Mitsuru-san, but I was really happy that the two of them were thinking the same thing. I mean, Labrys is our friend. There's no way we can sit back and watch while our friend's out there doing her best, especially since this happened in our own backyard.
Man, the Kirijo group, huh? If things go bad, this can be an even bigger problem than last year.
I'm sure we'll be able to handle it.
You really stepped up to the plate this time. I think I like this new side of you.
I'm a bit happy to hear that from Chie. Whoa, that was close. We almost absentmindedly walked right by the section we were looking for. We stop at our destination, the small shops inside Junes. I pick at some different colored hair ornaments and compare them.
Wow, this is hard. So many choices. What color should I get?
You're really into this. Hey, how about this? I think it'll look good on you.
Oh, no, it's not for me.
Pink, yellow, green. As I compare the different colors while answering Chie, she thinks a bit before making a realization.
Oh, right. We might see her sooner than we think.
That's right. I'm sure that the culprit will be caught faster if we cooperate, rather than just Mitsuru-san and her people going after the case. And that means that the day when I keep my promise with Labrys will come sooner too. Till then, I need to find a color that fits her. I pick various colored scrunchies and imagine how they'd look decorating Labrys' hair. Labrys' embarrassed smile also springs to mind as well.
I just know she'll love it.
And that is the end of Yukiko's story. We're getting there. We're slowly making our way downtown, walking fast. Faces pass and we're homebound.
To the Velvet Room. This place exists between dream and reality, mind and matter. Now then, why don't you want to...
I wish you good luck.
Magnifique. Make sure to continue from cliffhanger, otherwise it would be bad.
Why are there two of her?
I am a shadow. The true self.
It's Miss President's shadow.
I'm taking the real one with me. I'll never let you catch me.
Labrys' stubble gives me a glare of pure malice before carrying off the original and fleeing from the scene. Oh right, Mitsuru beat the shit out of Labrys. I forgot. Let me just take a look and see how much we've got here. Mitsuru only has 3 fights. I almost chase after her without thinking, but I stop myself and reconsider. That second Labrys, who was that? Everything I thought I knew has been overturned by this turn of events.
What is she? You seem to know.
First, tell me something. Why was she in so much pain? What's all this about Labrys and weapons?
I'm sorry, but that's classified. It's not for civilian ears.
Then I won't tell you anything about her.
Damn.
If you want to know what I know, you have to tell me what you know first.
That may have sounded too much like I don't care if she's in pain. It would be unreasonable to demand that she tells me everything she knows without offering something in return. She's already seen Labrys' true form, so I give a small sigh.
Well, I suppose you're involved now. All right, her official name is 5th Generation Anti-Shadow Suppression Weapon. Codenamed Labrys. She is an android weapon created by the Kirijo group years ago. In order to use persona abilities, she was given a heart.
She's a machine? Kujikawa's shocked expression conveys her thoughts as perfectly as if she'd spoken
We
aloud.
couldn't let her run free. Just look at the trouble she's caused. We came to retrieve her and minimize any damages.
I hold back no details in telling her of the cruel experiments she must have underwent during her development. Kujikawa takes it all in and quietly sighs.
So when she said she didn't want to remember, that's what that was about. Hey, why didn't you listen to what she was trying to say? She said that she didn't want to remember, but you kept pushing your demands on her and making her feel bad.
That's...
I pause, considering her accusation. She may be right. Indeed, I was so desperate to put an end to this case that I didn't listen to what Labrys had to say.
You gave her a heart because you needed her to have one, and then kept treating her like that. No wonder she's in pain.
Tears stream from the girl's eyes. As angry as she is, she's crying for Labrys. Even after seeing her true mechanical form and learning that she is a weapon, Kujikawa had nothing but compassion for Labrys.
Why are you siding with Labrys so much?
I heard her voice a few times. It sounded like it was from her past. She said she was forced to fight when she didn't want to, that she was hurt and afraid.
I see. Kujikawa had also heard the voice, just as I did when she used her persona. Kujikawa slowly tells me about what happened last year, the reasons why she came to Inaba. How due to her career as an idol, she was cut off from those who knew her for who she was, leaving her isolated. How when she had lost faith in everything, she met people who would believe in her, saving her life.
Someone to believe in, huh?
Hearing that brought up again is a sore point for me.
She's Miss President's shadow.
Tell Kujikawa the details I previously said I couldn't reveal.
The repressed desires you don't want to admit. Here, they take on a life of their own.
So that's why. Then what's her ultimate goal? Why did she take Labrys?
Shadows. They try to become real. It confronts the original with weaknesses to make them deny that the shadow's part of them. Also, it can take their place.
I see. Then there's no time to lose.
Do you think you can save her? A shadow doesn't disappear until the original person accepts it.
Or you beat the shit out of it enough. Don't forget about Mitsuo. That's why I must believe in her and support her. Even if it's left unsaid, I still understand Kujikawa's desire. I share it.
Kujikawa, let me amend my earlier statement. I didn't come here just to minimize the damage. I came to save everyone. Will you trust me on that?
She looks into my eyes, and after wiping her face with a handkerchief, she nods slightly.
Make sure you listen to what Labrys wants to say this time, okay?
I fully intend to.
Kujikawa smiles in embarrassment. She apologizes to me for taking such a spiteful tone. I can tell that she's being honest and sincere. Kujikawa promises to cooperate as much as possible for Labrys' sake. I decide to have her contact her friends and pass on a simple explanation of the situation. She agrees and adds that she'll try and contact Akihiko and Aigis as well. She seems to have already grasped how her safeguards against detection by personas work.
Speaking with you made me understand something important. Thank you for that. It must be that smile of yours that catches your audience's heartstrings.
Promise me then. Make sure you come back with her.
Spurred on by her words, I begin running to where I detect Labrys ought to be, though I don't yet have a plan to save her. If I find her again and listen this time, will that truly be enough to save Labrys? Also, lest we forget, Mitsuru is running in heels, so that's impressive. The invisible walls are still here, leading me to the music room. According to the guide map, it should have been further away, but just as with the announcement room, the layout of this version of the school is off.
Who are you?
Someone else is already inside. He frowns upon seeing me. I recognize his face from the video. If the walls are still here, does that mean the Grand Prix rules are still being enforced? As a test, I hold a hand out to the space where I just entered the room.
It seems we're locked in. The rule against proceeding without fighting is still in effect.
Are you Kirijo-san by any chance? Rise got in touch with me.
I am indeed Mitsuru Kirijo. As I recall, you were the sister no, your name was Narukami. There doesn't seem to be anything scrambling our senses. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I don't sense any noise, but it can't hurt to ask. He nods, showing that he understands the question.
Rise told me you were out to save Miss President. Labris, her name was?
That's right. But I must act swiftly. There's no noise here because our enemy thinks we'll be hesitant to fight in our right minds. Would you mind conceding? I don't want to drag you into this any further.
I understand, but I can't do it like that.
Narukami gives a wry smile before his expression flattens
If
again.
the rules are still in effect, my friends are still trapped. They still need someone to rescue them. I fought battles I didn't want and taken on a lot of responsibilities, which includes saving Labris, of course. It's not that I don't believe you, but I don't think it's right to simply hand the burden over to someone I just met.
That's an interesting position to take.
Sorry, this must be frustrating to you.
We have to fight because I'm not willing to let you take over my burdens. Same way.
No, don't misunderstand me. I have no objections. I admire your willingness. With the final battle awaiting ahead, perhaps it's best that the stronger of us two should be the one to proceed.
The atmosphere in the area changes. Narukami senses it as well and readies his weapon. It's strange, but he reminds me of someone. Although his fighting stance, physique, and features are completely different, he still reminds me of the one who saved us, the entire world.
I like the look in your eyes. I will test your resolve with my sword.
At the time that this game came out, Persona 3 Portable had come out, which introduced the female protagonist for Persona 3, which is, I'm pretty sure, why they're avoiding referring to the protagonist at all. She does have my birthday. God damn it, Mitsuru. Fucking birthday thief. Nope. Whoa! Broke your persona.
I've won. I will move on.
I hold out my hand to Narukami, who had collapsed on the floor, and help him up. Fortunately, I won the match. Although in fighting these people, I have come to see them in a new light.
But first, I have something to ask you.
In this world, to encounter another leads to an immediate win-or-lose situation. That's why I had intended to limit my interactions with others. All I felt regarding these students was regret for dragging them into this mess. But in order to be sure that I can save Labris, I feel I'll need their help. Since they have more experience with this world, they're most likely closer to settling this.
You said that you want to save Labris too, but you barely know her. She isn't human and has been through things that aren't easy to understand. What were you going to do for her when you found her?
Narukami quietly closes his eyes before answering.
Nothing in particular, but I could have stood at her side at the very least.
At her side?
A number of things dawn on me with Narukami's words. Though I had resolved to fight by myself, I wasn't truly alone. I had family and friends who supported me. But Labris was alone. She fought against the same units who shared her fate, and after escaping into this world, she had no one. I see. I understand now. He politely underlined something important I had overlooked. He's not the first to show me a new perspective like this. This warm sensation that spreads within me. I understand now. That's why Narukami reminded me of him. Oh, okay. Just totally destroy my theory. Thanks, game.
You really do remind me of an old friend.
I do?
Yes. Though he's more than just a friend. I owe my life to him.
And you do too, though you don't realize it. I attempt to contact Kujikawa again. When she responds, I give her another request. She eagerly agrees, and Narukami, who's listening in, nods in satisfaction.
Well then, I'll be going now. To save Labris.
There is no hesitation now. I have seen what must be done. I must go forth to keep my promise with them. Labris will be saved. I'm certain of that now. In order to pursue the escaped shadow, I stop briefly and attempt to locate it with my persona. It's on the move, but it's headed to the...
Kujikawa, can you hear me? The shadow is headed to the announcement room again.
Yeah, but I fucked off out of there. Don't worry about it.
I've already picked up on her and got out. Also, I've managed to reach your friends. I was just talking to someone named Aegis.
Kujikawa says she's never tried to contact multiple people or connect multiple people at once. With a little practice, she's picked up the knack. Her persona's support skills are advanced indeed. In contrast to my own inability to contact my friends against this noise without linking my persona to the communicator, she easily located Akihiko and Aegis. Really, she's quite talented.
Aegis, can you hear me? I need you to keep Kujikawa safe.
Understood.
The shadow's presence is nearby. I retrace my steps to the announcement room and throw open the door. I'm ready to end this.
My. You've come. Sorry, but you're too late. You really helped me out, though. You were pretty hard on this girl, weren't you?
Expression drains from Labris' face while she mutters angrily at herself. The shadows must be hammering at Labris' psyche in order to have Labris deny herself.
Look, me. We've got a guest. This human's here to take us back. She'll never understand how we feel. A typical human.
Stop! Don't say any more!
Labris.
I step between Labris and her shadow and draw my weapon. The shadow looks at me and her face boils over with hatred.
What's this all about? Oh, of course. It would be a problem if she were destroyed while you were retrieving her, huh? Retrieve?
No! This has got nothing to do with me! How long are you gonna lie to yourself? It's about time you face reality. You want the everyday boys and girls to experience what you had to go through, right? That's why we're in a school having a fighting tournament? You want to see close friends fight for their lives against each other. Because if they do that, then they might understand. You want to make them understand. That ain't true! But it didn't work. Kirijo marched in here and spoiled your fun. It's alright though. You don't have to worry about that anymore. I'll take care of everything from here. I'll destroy anyone who doesn't understand you and comes to get in your way. Just like you once did. No! No! That ain't what I want! You're...
Shadow's smirk widens at Labris' protestations.
You're not me!
There we go. Labris' rejection seems to have crossed some line. I can sense the shadow's power rising dramatically in response to her words.
That's right! I'm myself! I'm free! Even if I'm a misunderstood machine, I'll escape from all this!
And skip.
It's gone berserk, but there should still be time. I'll make you settle down.
I support Labris, who's slumped over, and make my intentions plain.
What's with you, you hypocrite? The way you've been acting pisses me off! How can you be so kind to her? No matter what you do, it won't erase your sins! Fine. Since you're a Kirijo, why not tell you exactly what your family did to me? What they made me do?
Shadow thrusts her weapon towards me as if sentencing me to judgment.
Remember those spectating students? What did
Ooh.
you think those human-shaped silhouettes were?
For a moment, her unexpected shift in topics catches me off guard.
Those are shadows, too. Shadows of the prototypes you made her destroy. When they were destroyed, their information was transferred to the victor. What's left of their hearts remains deep inside Labris.
Creepy.
That's right. They all have a soul. But because they never fully developed, their shadows helped her play school after they separated from her. Do you see? Those spectators you saw everywhere were her sisters she had to kill at the Kirijo group's orders.
I was 8! I am at a loss for words. I can only stand there speechless.
Forgotten. I'll never let their memories or their pain go. I won't forgive anyone who tries to take my freedom.
Her anger, it's justified. It's natural for her to hold a grudge after what we did to
I
them.
acknowledge your anger and grief. Setting things right here is my way of atoning. This fight will release you from your curse once and for all.
Seriously though, Mitsuru was 8 when all of that happened. Asterius, that's what the Minotaur is.
Finally.
Artemisia, on guard! I'm coming for you! Time's now! Persona!
That fucking boot. Oof. After a fierce battle, the shadow finally falls silent and stops resisting entirely. I go to elevate Labrys to help bring her around. When she regains consciousness, she looks at me with sorrow and resignation.
Am I gonna be alone again? What am I saying? Of course I am. After all I've done.
No, no one will lock you away ever again.
Huh?
I thought I had a firm grasp on things, but in the end, all I did was drive you into a corner. I'm sorry.
Why is a Kirijo apologizing to a machine? I hurt people. Dragged him into my own mess. I'm just like I was before. There ain't no reason to forgive me.
That is solely your opinion.
Huh?
Kujikawa, can you hear me?
Loud and clear. Is that Rise-san?
That's right. You've met her too, and
It seems Kujikawa accomplished what I asked of her earlier. I wanted her to use her persona ability to connect the voices of her friends directly to Labrys. Some of them I've met, while some I don't know at all. In truth, some of them may find it hard to forgive Labrys for dragging them into this, even after learning of her circumstances. But I believe in them.
To tell the truth, I only saw you for a second, so I ain't really sure what's going on. But it seemed like you went through a lot. Anyway, hope things start looking up.
Or Kanji.
That's way too simple. Can't you think of anything better to say?
Hey, it ain't simple at all. I know damn well how tough it is to see a shadow come out of yourself.
Yeah, we've all been through the same thing.
Except for you.
Pretty bad if we didn't forgive you.
You caused me a lot of trouble, but it was still kind of fun. Kinda.
They know how to accept someone for who they are, regardless of her looks. That's why even though Labrys is a machine, they will surely welcome her. I'm confident of it. And indeed, they respond to Labrys with more warmth than I had thought.
What you saw wasn't the whole picture, right? That's just how our hearts are.
I concur. None of us can cast stones after you've gone through the hardship of facing your shadow.
That aside, I'm just glad you're okay. I was worried about you. I left you alone knowing you couldn't use a persona.
Labrys, when you come back, we should talk.
Senpai's right, and not just us. Sister, can you hear me? I too would like to talk with you. There's something I'd like to tell you. You may know it already, but still.
The voices chiming in are gentle, kind, and warm, and not Akihiko. I can't help but be touched as well. My words alone could not have accomplished this.
You guys. Why?
You are a machine, unlike us. That is undeniably true. There will be days to come when you are tormented by solitude and caged by your own weakness. But one thing will be very different. Starting today, you are not alone.
Whether she's machine or human has no bearing on her suffering. To be crushed under the weight of despair, with seemingly no end to the pain, feeling that one cannot go on any longer. I am no stranger to those feelings myself. There's always someone else, such as my friends or family, who save me. But when you're alone, it's difficult to see a way out. You can't find it unless someone else shows you. That's when you learn the extraordinary power derived from one's relationships.
Companionship is the greatest guide. In my mission here, I've come to be reminded of that. We hope to become that guide for you as well. If you're not alone, you can stand to face the most painful of truths.
Face the truth.
Hey, that sounds like the theme of Persona 4! Labra's gaze turns towards her own shadow. There is no more fear in her eyes. She understands now.
I see. I get it now.
I watch over her as she stands up. No words pass between us, but I am here for her, and that may be enough. And... skip. Oh, that's why there's two. Interesting. Okay.
Labrys and Kirijo-san!
Welcome back, you guys.
Together with Labrys, we head towards the rooftop where there is supposedly an exit to the real world. A small crowd welcomes us on our arrival. Some of them I haven't yet met in person. If I recall correctly, the energetic girl with the short hair is Chie Satonaka. The well-built young man must be Kanji Tatsumi. And that must be the general, I mean the real Teddy. His speech is no different from the imposter's, but in the absence of that evil demeanor, the real one is much more adorable. All the faces I saw in the video are here, with a smile on every one.
Whoa! You really are a robot! Hey, can I touch you?
Chie-san, that's a bit impolite. It's hard enough restraining myself already.
You said restrain yourself.
Why is that funny?
Well,
I give Labrys an encouraging smile. She needn't be afraid to enter their circle. None of them are rejecting her after
I'm
all.
sorry I caused you guys trouble.
Yeah, I want to talk to you about that. That Grand Prix was you, right?
Yeah.
It wasn't a half-bad idea. Fighting to see who's the strongest man was awesome!
Kanji's right, but you should have invited me, too!
Sorry?
I won't forgive you until you say, I really like you, you big bear of a man. All sexy like that!
Kick him.
Guys, stop making it even worse. Sorry we're starting off like this.
In any case, I'm really glad you're all right.
I got you to thank for that.
They take very naturally to someone who isn't human.
Great job, Mitsuru. But man, talk about a rowdy bunch of students.
Still, they are kind.
I look at Labrys, surrounded by new friends. I wish I could join them, but part of me would rather watch over them for now. There are things I still need to consider.
Is something the matter?
I'm not good at relying on others. My responsibilities are so heavy that I don't even think of trusting others with them. I've been told it before, but it never gets easy.
Why not think of things more simply? When something cannot be accomplished alone, there is no other choice but to trust in others to help. Good or bad, it is inevitable. Then why not accept it and move forward? You aren't alone either, after all.
I can't keep myself from smiling at the truism I never would have come up with.
You're right. It's not difficult at all when put that way. It's just as I was saying about companionship being a guide.
Social links are important. Indeed, I'm thankful for my friends. They say the things I cannot and take me outside myself with new perspectives. I'm sure that the same principle will save Labrys from straying from her path. Although, I think again about the case. Now that Labrys is safe, there's another issue. The mastermind was not Labrys, but her shadow. However, her shadow emerged and began to act only after she entered the TV world. It's hard to reconcile that with Labrys taking the initiative to escape. Come to think of it, there's something else that can't be explained if we assume Labrys was behind everything.
Was Labrys truly the mastermind here?
Huh? What are you getting at?
Why did Labrys choose them? Where did Labrys learn of them?
It's the students of Yasogami High that trouble me. I can't see why Labrys would have selected them. I thought they might have sensed the changes Labrys caused in this world on their own, but no. The video that brought them here called them by name. Not to mention that the shadow took the appearance of General Teddy from the start. Neither would be possible unless she had identified them beforehand.
Even we didn't know about them or about this world inside the TV. How did Labrys discover all this?
Yeah, I can't explain it either.
I still have my doubts regarding the hijackers' mental state. Their memories were so muddled that they couldn't even explain themselves. Do Labrys' abilities extend that far? The more I think about it, the more questions arise. There must be some larger plan at work here after all.
Well, the fastest way to find out is to just ask her. Hey, Labrys!
Akihiko.
Akihiko's loud voice catches not only Labrys' attention, but the high schoolers as well. I'd hoped to keep them away from this since they were innocent bystanders. Akihiko seems not to notice my irritated glare.
When did you wake up? How did you find out about the TV world?
About this place?
Labrys abruptly stops moving just before starting to convulse and taking a leap backwards. Happens so suddenly that even the students standing some distance away raise their voices in alarm.
Labrys!
Get back!
As soon as Akihiko cries out, Aigis runs towards the students to protect them. I keep a careful eye on Labrys, whose face has gone blank, and put some distance between us. My fears have been realized. Labrys reaches for the axe on her back and swings it without hesitation.
Is she malfunctioning? No! Someone's hijacked her.
What?
If we're all here, then the shadow's defeated and someone is still hijacking her, then
I know you're there. Who are you? Show yourself.
I expected a response, but the source of my answer came as a shock.
Show myself? How cold. You treat me as if I were a stranger.
That voice.
Alright. Pool of darkness emerges from one of the nearby shadows, forming...
No way. Kirijo-san's shadow?
Wait, is there a cutscene for this? Nope. Has my appearance, my face. It's me in every way, save for the unnatural gleam in its golden eyes and the mocking expressions it makes.
Do you not recognize your own face? I am you.
Still, my heart is calm. In fact, her appearance may be giving me more clues as to the enemy's intentions.
You seem to have a penchant for deception. Unfortunately, I already know that you're the mastermind here. You were after Persona users from the start. That's why you chose this school and tampered with Labrys' memories. And you just demonstrated how you controlled those hijackers. Very good. No wonder you managed to drive back a god once. Yes, I want them even more now.
You want them? Explain yourself.
Personas and shadows are one and the same. If I poison your hearts, I can recruit shadows with unparalleled strength.
Wait, what? You mean
the heart is
We've
frail.
seen this.
Its weaknesses are never fully vanquished.
Yep.
This one's desire to make people suffer was
Plant? You caused all this?
Who are you?
Sadly, it seems things won't be going according to plan. This is my last chance. Stand, my
Shadow ignores my taunts and raises its right hand towards Labrys, still collapsed on the ground. Labrys reacts to the gesture by rising up, like a puppet with no will of its own.
You bastard! This form is
Ooh.
exhausted from constant battle and will be useless as an asset. But unless you destroy it, it will keep rising up and attacking you all. What will you do?
Labrys obeys the Shadow's command and leaps forward to attack. It seems the enemy will do anything to rattle us. I understood that. But understanding it and forgiving it are two different things.
We'll just knock her out one more time.
No, don't attack her. Further damage to Labrys could put her in danger.
But, come on! She's all over us!
Now, may you suffer and curse your fate. Relinquish your personas.
You can't! It's like, I'm sorry, but you can't just say, here, take this part of my being. Fucking idiot.
Huh?
I stop in spite of myself. I know this voice well. Relief washes over me to hear it. This match will end in our victory. I called everyone assembled.
Don't listen. Everyone concentrate on avoiding her attacks.
But we can't do that forever.
Just try and hang in there. Trust me. I trust in you.
I realize that this is an impossible demand. Everyone is already exhausted by what's come before. Still, I need to buy time. Surprisingly, the first to nod is neither Akihiko nor Igus.
Everyone, we can take this much. Yosuke, you ready?
Hell yeah, partner. Let's let Mitsuru-san do her thing.
Hanamura and the others recover from their confusion at once when Narukami speaks. Interesting. He seems to be a great leader.
Akihiko, Igus, back them up.
You got it.
No one will force my sister to hurt others ever again.
You had best hurry and decide. Who will be destroyed? This shell or the lot of you?
The shadow laughs triumphantly to see us driven against a wall. She's acting like a god, but she's much too short-sighted for that. I sense what I've been waiting for. We've bought enough time.
Sad to say, but this show is over.
What?
Labrys comes to a halt and is released from the shadow's control. She must have been forced to exceed her limits, for she falls to the floor as if her strings had been cut. We didn't attack her at all, yet she's left unable to so much as break or fall. A chill goes down my spine to imagine what could have happened if we had fought her at her full strength.
Looks like you made it in the nick of time. You saved us, Yamagishi.
Are you all okay? Fuka-san.
So you had a third assistant.
That voice. It's not coming from in here. Whoever it is out there.
Seriously? She can use hers in reality too?
She responded at the perfect moment to my earlier phone call asking her to come at once. Yamagishi had a bit of initial difficulty dealing with a world so alien to her, but she adjusted quickly enough. Though she's far away, I can sense that we're under her protection. That's the other thing about Persona 3. Technically, they can only summon personas in Tartarus, but an evoker allows you to summon your persona anywhere. Persona 4, they can summon their personas without using an evoker, but only in the TV world. They can't use it in reality. So, that's a big difference.
It's just as you thought, Mitsuru-senpai. The enemy is only mimicking your appearance. It's a fake.
Very impressive to guess correctly from such a long distance away. So these are the limits of a half-broken puppet. Well, no matter. This was only ever for my own enjoyment. You despicable monster! I didn't expect you to fight back this hard. But didn't you have fun? You were all taken in by an illusion. This place, these traps, everything came from your own minds.
Lies.
Dread yourselves most of all.
Don't we all?
A beautiful plan, wasn't it? Your idea of beauty is rather warped, as is your plan and your assessment of us. But your biggest mistake was that you took my form in the end.
I take a step forward. Seeing this, Akihiko and Igus take a step back. They know me well. They can see the signs of the anger boiling within me.
Are you angry? All right, I'll play along. The show must go on, right? Don't say another word while wearing that face. I'll teach you just who it is you've made an enemy of!
Damn, that's some emotion. I like it. Mitsuru doesn't get angry often, but when she does, watch out.
Final. Fight.
You're finished. I won't hold back. You have time to...
Oop.
Marin, what?
Oh. You broke my goddamn persona, bitch.
I'm coming to form escape. Better luck next time.
Boom. I'll dodge over you, anti-air. And that should be the end of Mitsuru as well. Indeed 'tis.
Check. This is fine with me. Good enough for my purposes that I confirmed you have enough power to meet my expectations.
The shadow laughs as if defeat mattered to it not at all.
This is only a temporary form. I doubted there'd be any meaning in changing my appearance, but Sure enough, it made for a very enjoyable game. All that irritates me is having to feign cooperation with that foolish human until I obtain the one true vessel.
Foolish
I will
humans.
see you and another guys next time. The real you will face the same consequences soon. Choose your last words carefully.
Its laugh echoes through the room as the shadow borrowing my form disappears into thin air.
Yamagishi!
The reading disappeared. It didn't move, it just vanished. What could this mean?
Back to square one again.
Another guys, huh?
Don't even think about coming around here again!
What are we up against? Our enemy seems to be targeting Persona users.
It seems that not even they know who the enemy is, though I didn't expect they would. The enemy had extensive knowledge of Labrys, something even I didn't have. There is no denying it. Whoever did this is well versed in the Kirijo group's internal workings. Gathering powerful shadows, now we know the enemy's general aim, but what do they plan to do with them? None of that matters at the moment, I suppose. I signaled to Akihiko. Akihiko catches it and turns towards the students.
Don't worry about it. We'll handle things from here.
Wait, but it kinda said it was still after us.
Of course, you should be aware that the enemy is out there. Akihiko only means that there is no need to abandon your lives to pursue it. We will do our best to ensure that no harm comes to you. That is, after all, our duty.
But
I don't expect them to like my answer, but the reason I started the Shadow Operatives is to protect people from these things. The students, they're still young. Granting my permission would only mean them becoming more inexorably involved. It's such a tough word to wrap your mouth around. We should be the ones to take responsibility.
Guys, let's leave this to them.
You can...
Are you serious?
They're right that we need to go back for now. We're all at our limit.
When Narukami signals to him, Hanamura's complaints fall suspiciously silent. That hardly fooled anyone. Either they take me for an imbecile or think it won't matter even if I do catch on. I suppose I can live with it. If they are that determined, I am no one to dissuade them. Not one to dissuade them. We'll have to take care of everything before they get involved themselves. That's all. Teddy jumps around, his footsteps sounding highly unnatural, to catch our attention.
Alrighty, attention please. The trip doesn't end until we get out of the TV.
Dude, we were in the middle of a conversation.
What are you doing with this ancient TV? Hang on, where'd you even get this?
It's a Teddy Vision. You can get out from here.
They exchange banter as if the recent problems are already long past. It's so that they can continue to be so carefree that we must fight. Moreover...
How's Labrys?
There wasn't much damage to her motor functions. I don't believe it will take much time to repair her. Still, the stress on her cognitive functions must have been severe. It may take some time for her to awaken.
Igus gazes sadly at Labrys' unmoving form in her arms. We must also fight to prevent anyone else from being hurt like these two. This case is over for the time being. It's time to say our farewells to this world. But a newfound resolve to fight is surging within me. Even after we return to the real world, there's no rest for the weary. After action reports on the case, investigating leads on the culprit, there's a mountain of things to do.
Here you go, Mitsuru-san.
Ah, thank you.
After issuing instructions, I'm ready to take a break when Igus serves me a cup of tea with perfect timing. The fresh scent of Darjeeling. I take a moment to savor the mellow aroma of muscat. I don't think I've ever had Darjeeling tea, but I've had a lot of different kinds of teas. I'd be willing to try it. That's right, spring is nearly over. I feel like I can barely keep track of the seasons anymore.
We will be leaving Inaba tomorrow. Keep that in mind when making preparations.
Understood.
We're rather limited here in this hotel room. Originally, I had intended to return today, but we're all so tired that we had to stay the night. There's also Labrys' condition to consider. Still, mulling it all over, I hear a knock at the door.
It's me,
Still mulling it
Papa.
all over.
Come in. I'm sorry I had to summon you on such short notice.
Oh no, it's all right. I was on vacation too, after all.
How is Labrys?
She's still resting. There was a lot of stress on her, so we might have to carry her out.
I see.
Yamagishi takes a nearby chair. There's weariness in her
I
eyes.
looked into the records. Labrys was built on a self-contradicting foundation.
Self-contradicting?
Unlike with Aegis, when Labrys was being developed, no one had the know-how to create a personality from scratch. So, it seems like they took an actual girl's personality and used it as a base.
A living girl. So that's why her heart is unexpectedly advanced.
Yamagishi
But
nods.
if she had all of the original girl's memories, a contradiction would occur in her self-awareness. Normally they'd make adjustments to prevent that, but even then, they couldn't guarantee it would be completely safe. That's why Labrys was loaded with a self-deceiving function, in case a conflict arose in her self-awareness.
Ah.
She was deceiving herself? Then the function that interfered with our perception...
It was listed as meant for infiltration, but that was a technicality. Its true purpose was a safety mechanism.
Huh. She was given a heart presupposing that it would cause conflicts with her self-awareness. I silently beg the heavens for forgiveness at the cruelty and injustice performed upon
I
her.
think that should be okay now.
A hesitant voice comes from outside.
Labrys! When did you get here?
Sorry to sneak up on you, but after I faced my shadow and learned how to use my persona, it's hard to explain. But it felt like my emotions settled down.
Actually, that may be what happened. Facing one's shadow could be said to be correcting one's self-awareness.
That must be it. Your developers came to the decision that it was an insurmountable problem, yet you overcame it.
I approach Labrys and stroke her head. She fidgets, her eyes cast slightly downwards.
How do you feel? Does anything seem off?
Oh, no! You guys have treated me so well, I feel kinda guilty about it. My body's all fixed up too, so there shouldn't be any problems there.
I see.
Labrys' expression seems gentle. She appears to be mentally stable. I doubt there's any danger of her losing control again.
I wanted to talk to you about where we go from here.
From here? You mean, about me?
Originally, we planned to take you back to the lab on Yakushima, but that was when we still thought of you as a mere object. Is that what you want to happen?
What else is there?
You could tell us what you yourself want. You do have a heart, just like us. Who knows? Maybe you could even go to school eventually.
Me? Go to school?
Even Aegis has been to school, and that was when she knew much less about the world than you know now.
Thinking back to that time is... it's rather embarrassing.
Yeah, a little bit. I feel like I should have played Persona 3 before I did any of this, but... God, I can only play so many 100-hour games once a week, jeez. Surprisingly, Labrys falls silent in thought. To live a life no different than anyone else's. That must be exactly what she wants. Should I tell her there's no need to worry about living expenses? No, best to wait for her decision. She should be the one to decide in her future. After a long silence, Labrys speaks again.
School. It sounds great. But I feel like there's something I gotta do first. I mean, yeah, it's been my dream for a long time to go to school. But someone's after those guys. Someone's trying to wreck their lives. I want to catch whoever it is myself. I want to look after those guys.
Rather than being with them, she chose to protect them. It's a beautifully selfless decision. She thought for herself and chose her own path. I see no reason to deny her that.
The Security Department Shadow Response Unit would be glad to have you. Welcome to the team, Labrys.
I extend a hand. If she takes it, she'll be putting ordinary life on hold for a while. I know she understands that, but she takes it anyway.
I get to work with you, sister. I guess that reminds me. I am your younger sister, but I am more experienced than you. This may be somewhat confusing.
Though the two sisters are a bit awkward around each other now, a new bond will form there as well. Labrys made her own decision not to live an ordinary life. You could say she is truly facing herself. She'll be alright. Seeing the two of them together makes me sure
I'll
of
give
it.
you a tour of the lab tomorrow. Make sure you're ready to write things down.
Tomorrow? We're leaving Inaba already? I haven't even said goodbye. I can't leave without seeing him one more time.
Oh, that's good to hear. It means you've made some friends.
Friends.
I turn to Aegis.
Aegis, get in contact with them by whatever means you deem necessary.
Understood. How should I contact them? I only know their names.
Yamagishi, your usual method should prove effective once again.
Huh? But isn't that invading their privacy?
She's gonna hack their shit.
Permission granted. Remember, we have official sanction to operate now.
And after that, after how they acted when we were partying, we'll definitely need their contact information. They won't sit quietly by. Of that, I'm sure. This matter is still open, after all. The mystery remains unsolved, and there are still worries nagging at me. That's not the only legacy of this case.
Look 'em up too.
Labrys breaks into a smile and takes Iga's side at the computer. The bonds that gave her that smile, they will light our unseen path. There's no knowing yet where this case might lead, but the day that we stop in our tracks, too afraid to continue, will never come. Mitsuru is an interesting character, all things considered. Credits, skip. Okay, let's do some shorter ones now. I know the next one that we're technically supposed to do is Naoto, but
this place exists between dream and reality, mind and matter.
Let's get some humor in here. Because I think he only has one fight.
I was getting nervous because you were running wild, thinking this was all a beautiful dream. Good thing I found you. I have missed you so much, you know? Yeah, I didn't miss you.
Yeah, he has literally this fight and that's it. That sissy way of talking. I'd never forget it. This guy's definitely my shadow. I was expecting this to happen, but being face to face with him again is pretty tough anyway. He's my weakness, the stuff I want to ignore. The shadow keeps swaying his damn hips at me while I glare at him.
Oh, what a big meanie you are. Weren't you looking for me?
Yeah, to punch your stupid face in.
Oh dear. It looks like you still don't understand.
Understand what?
Why, you haven't changed one bit. That's why I've come out.
What is he saying? I haven't changed at all?
Didn't you realize that after what everyone said to you, people haven't forgotten about my side of you at all?
Kanji, keep it together! You can't let him trick you!
Shut up, you goddamn furball!
You're no different than me.
The bastard suddenly throws the folding chair he's holding right at Teddy. Teddy squeaks by with a dodge, but he ends up falling over himself and rolling down the floor. Hey, you know, I could swear my shadow looks different now than he did last year. But that ain't important now. Matters is, this is the guy behind everything. My weakness created this place.
You're the reason my senpai were acting so weird.
Oh, I don't know about that. They could have honestly been speaking their minds, you know.
No way in hell they'd...
That's what you want to believe. Once again, you're lying to yourself.
Lying to myself, just like back then, huh? You like to sew? What a queer! Painting is so not you. But you're a guy. You don't act like a guy. Every time I heard that stuff, I tried harder not to be myself. Those are some bad days for me.
Enough of that. I don't want to lie to myself anymore!
What is that face?
I want to be who I am!
Shadow looks at me and rages at me selfishly. Screw this. I ain't listening to any more of this. I take a deep breath in and then push it out. I ball up my fist and pull my arm way back.
Are you going to hit me? Are you going to deny me again? That's right. People don't let go of their weaknesses. They can never really accept us.
My shadow's face gets this creepy giddiness. Too bad I ain't aiming for him. I bring back my fist as hard as I can at my right cheek. Oh.
Have you lost your mind? How could you hit yourself?
Man, that hurt. But of course it would. It was my fist, after all.
Thanks to that pain, I've snapped out of it. I want to run away from my own weakness. To just ignore that nastiness inside me. One punch just now knocked all those dumbass feelings out of me. Sure, I'm seeing stars now, but it's no big deal. Maybe it's just my imagination, but I feel like my field of vision is wider. I face my shadow head on.
All too well that I'm weak.
Huh? Last year's case, I still clearly remember seeing my shadow for the first time. I knew there was a chicken inside me back then, but pretending there wasn't caused trouble for my senpai. If I just had a little more courage then, I could have made things easier on everyone. Anyway, I was pretty embarrassed at the time. I want to forget it ever happened. You know, focus on getting stronger. Things are a little different now.
You heard me, I'm weak. But I met my senpai and they taught me something. Who cares what your weaknesses are? What's important is how you live with them. It'd be lame for me to repeat the same thing over and over, and I can't cause any more trouble for my senpai.
My senpai? They didn't care how pathetic I was then. They told me there was no need to force it, that I could just be myself. And now they're here to rescue me even though I fell into a TV for the dumbest reason. Seriously, they're amazing people. I smack my fist in my palm and glare at my shadow. He's freaking out a little to see this. He's even backing up in fear.
You do? If you're really mean, you should already know. Fists never lie.
You better hurry up and get back inside me, goddammit! I don't think Kanji knows what's going on right now. I don't think he ever figures it out. Oh, God. Pew.
Final. Fight. Eat this. Push him. Here goes. Break it half. Wait. Nikazuchi.
Jesus Christ. He has the zoning. Kanji has zoning potential, like, whoa.
Break it half. Break it half. Eat this. Right. One more. Smash down.
The chair.
Eat this. There. Take this.
And I can't believe I'm saying this. That's the end of Kanji's story.
Case closed.
Now that my shadow's defeated, this dumb Grand Prix should end too. I feel like I did something pretty good here. Yeah, I did it.
What happened last time? Turned into my persona and...
Wait just a minute. Persona is just another form of a shadow, right? But I was just using my persona on my shadow. The shadow's there, you can't use your persona, so since I could, my shadow wasn't there? Or was it? Which is it? This makes no sense.
You're not pushing far enough. No, I didn't make any mistakes. The power he drew from his bonds was just...
Oh.
Huh? There's something still missing to turn a persona back.
Interesting. Turn a persona back into a shadow? What the hell is he mumbling about? Is this thing really my shadow? Last year he looked kind of more, you know... Wait a sec. Where'd he go? He was standing right there and now he's gone. What the... What's going on?
He disappear? There's a lot of fishy things about all this.
Well, if he's gone, at least he can't cause any more problems. Looks like we did it.
Well, I guess so anyway. I can still use my persona and everything, so that means I didn't lose. I shouldn't let it bother me.
Anyone, please answer me.
Kanji, that voice!
It's Rise. She's talking through her persona. Hey, can you hear me?
Feeling of someone's voice drilling right into my head is my friend Rise. She must be trying to contact us with her persona. Persona works a little different from ours. It lets her communicate with people and search for them. Anyway, I shout that I can hear her to let her know I'm here. A second later, a familiar voice echoes in my head.
Kanji and Teddy.
Guess she noticed me. Rise wasn't acting like herself over the PA system, but she sounds like she's in real trouble now. She's kind of desperate. It's not at all like the one coming over the loudspeakers. We don't usually talk much, but I put my life in her hands before. Trust me, I know when she's being serious.
Something happened, right? Where are you now?
I'm in the announcement room, and...
Rise? Rise! Answer me, damn it!
The announcement room! Miss President was headed there too! That place was dangerous after all!
A shadow that disappeared. Maybe it didn't just run away? Is that thing still causing trouble in the announcement room? Damn it. Compared to last year, this one sure doesn't know when to quit. That's what's going on. I can't waste time here.
Kanji, wait for me! Don't leave me behind!
Teddy's yelling at me for some reason. It's like he's pretending there's one of those invisible walls right there. Well, sorry, dude. I got places to be.
No time to waste. I'm going on ahead.
At least I think it is. Oh. No, yeah. No, it's not. Okay. No, maybe. I don't know what's going on here. Maybe there is more to this. I thought there was only the one fight, but maybe this guide is a little off. The invisible walls are still in my way, but I get to where I'm going eventually. I stop for a second and wonder what's going on in there, but I can't wait for too long or this will be for nothing. I'm not one to sweat the details anyways. Once I kick down the door like a boss, I can see Rise and Miss President. And that fake Teddy. That goddamn shadow bastard. I beat the crap out of him once and he just comes back again wearing a new face.
Kanji, you're late, you moron!
Quit whining. Hurry up and come over here.
I wave Rise over to my side and she grabs Miss President's hand and gets behind me. Rise's persona is great for information and stuff, but she can't fight with it at all. I gotta make sure to protect her.
Student council president, right? You don't look so good. You okay?
It's not true. He keeps saying weird things.
Another nuisance. I've had enough of this, you know that?
Huh? This president's being weird, but the fake Teddy's acting weirder. Especially how he's talking. Where'd the usual Teddy sense of humor go? Damn, I'm seriously lost here. Then Rise cuts in from beside me. Maybe she's sensing something I can't. She's better than anyone when it comes to this stuff.
That fake Teddy is her shadow, and it's going berserk!
Her shadow? Not mine?
Where'd you get that idea? Sheesh.
Why is she yelling at me? If she knows what's going on, maybe she should let the rest of the class in on it. Rise grabs at her hair in frustration, then points at Teddy.
Listen, that fake Teddy's the bad guy here, so all you have to do is beat him up.
All right, that's easy enough to understand.
Kinda sounded more like an order than an explanation, but I know I can trust Rise to have it together. Plus, beating the crap out of stuff's my job. I crack my knuckles.
So you are going to interfere. I don't have anything against you, you know. Isn't that right, me?
Huh? Me? Start to have second thoughts, and then the fake Teddy snaps his fingers. Holy shit. How do you snap those stubborn little fingers of his? Wait, that's not important. What's important is he's changing right in front of me. Okay. This guide was wrong. Interesting.
I am a shadow. The true self.
Man, you look like you're ready for battle.
Now I understand what Rise was talking about. I wonder how the hell my shadow can come back after I beat it, but I get it now. It's not my shadow this time. It's hers. This shadow's face looks like Miss President, but the body is totally mechanical. She helps a little at seeing her own shadow. I don't blame her. It was tough seeing mine again, even though we'd crossed paths before.
Why so scared? What's wrong, me? Take a good look. Come on, don't look away. You can't hide from yourself forever.
Shadow laughs like an idiot at Miss President crumpled on the ground and snaps her fingers again. Then... What the hell? What am I seeing? This time it ain't the shadow that changes, it's Miss President.
What's going on?
No! Don't look at me! I'm not like this!
The hell? A machine? No, a robot?
Miss President cries out and tries to hide it, but there's no hiding what she looks like now. Her legs and arms turned mechanical, just like the shadows. What does that mean?
Come on, take a closer look. That's her true form. She was deceiving herself. She really thinks she's a human, living a normal life at school. To reinforce her make-believe as real, she prevented herself from accessing any memories that could contradict that. She even sealed away her own name.
That's not true! I'm human!
Well, close enough.
Are you? Hurry up and remember. You're a weapon, a mere tool. The 5th generation anti-shadow suppression weapon, Labrys. That's my name. Our name.
Labrys? Machine? Weapon? This girl's not human? And the shadow wasn't doing the usual funhouse mirror thing? It's really what Miss President looks like? Shadow keeps babbling on about stuff I can't understand. When she said weapon, was she talking about Miss President? Aren't weapons supposed to be more like pew pew and kapow. Oh, she does look kind of like that now, but Miss President's different. When I first met her, she was a normal girl, just like all the others in my neighborhood. She's no different from anyone else.
Stop my name!
Shit, I gotta stop spacing out.
Stop! Don't say any more!
Rise's noticed too. Hurries over to Miss President, but she's not gonna make it.
You're not me! Yes, that's right! I'm not you! I'm myself!
I love how the plot is basically going completely over Kanji's head. I don't know exactly what's going on, but wait, maybe I should think about this. Shit, I gotta stop spacing out. Damn it, Shadow's gone berserk. This cow monster thing came out from behind her. Seeing this happen fascinates me every time. I also noticed the scenery's changed too. The light coming in from behind the glass is so red it hurts my eyes. There's a steel thing that looks like a furnace in the center, and there's these dolls being tossed inside it. The hell is that? All I know is it's something nasty. That thing reeks of danger. But even though I'm in a jam, I can't stop myself from smiling.
Looks like it's on me to protect everyone this time. Bring it!
There's a girl here who needs our help with her shadow coming out, and I got the power to fight it. The only difference from back then is you senpai's not here with us. The dude who solves all the mysteries in last year's case isn't here now. Which means I can't wait for him to save the day. If anyone's gonna stop this, it's gotta be me.
Kanji, are you gonna be okay? You don't have any backup.
Oh, come on, don't look so worried.
Straight, I'll be okay. Just stay quiet and support me like usual.
I got this one. I slam my fist into my own shadow, and I can sure as hell do this. I ain't been watching you senpai work all this time for nothing. I take my stance in front of the gigantic cow.
I'll save you no matter what.
Wow, things look bad. I guess I can solve it by smashing things. Kanji, do you know what's going on? Nuh-uh. Smash things good, though. Pew.
Final.
What? Where the hell was I? Oh, missed it. Because I am a master of chair fu. Okay, so this guide was wrong. There are 3 fights for Kanji's line. That's okay.
All right, let's calm down.
All that's left is for her to accept it. Rise seems to be telling Miss President about shadows. I should let Rise handle it. They're both girls. I'm great at dealing with problems I can beat up, but sitting down and talking stuff over isn't my thing. I'll just keep an eye on her shadow to make sure it doesn't go nuts again.
No! This can't be my body!
You don't have to worry about that. Though it's easy to say so, huh? Anyway, let's calm down for a second, okay? Psst, Kanji, say something.
Huh?
Me?
What am I supposed to tell her? I don't know any more about Miss President than she does. All that happened between us was her yelling at me. No, that's not going to cut it. I'd be pretty lame to duck out of doing this because I'm not that good at it. Yeah, I'm making my mind and crouch down in front of Miss President.
Nice weather we're having.
Fucking Kanji!
What are you being so stiff for?
Shut up. She's a student council president. I gotta, just thought I should try to be more polite, damn it.
Rise and I yell at each other like usual. Ah, crap. Miss President looking at us like we're crazy. Okay, I gotta get serious here. What should I say? Where do I start? It's confusing, but I try and think how to help.
Anyway, why don't you try talking to us? We'll listen to whatever you're saying.
That's right. Our shadows emerged when we came here for the first time. We went through the same pain as you. I think that should let us understand you, at least a little bit.
Talk!
Then Labra slowly starts talking about her life. How she was created as a weapon, and how she had to fight other units just like her so they could run experiments. Seriously? Man, sounds like she was forced to kill her own friends. That's insane. It's just way too cruel. Anyway, she said she was able to forget all that and be a student. Shadow made her remember everything.
I want to stay human, but she won't let me. I want to forget the whole Labrys thing. I don't want to think about that anymore.
I see.
This president used a bunch of words I honestly didn't understand, and her story was hard to follow. But even then, something about what she said made me hurt inside.
You really were doing your best, weren't you?
Huh?
I'll be honest. I just met you. There's no way I could know how painful this must have been for you. You really thought it through, huh?
I was just saying what I felt, but Miss President looks up at me like I just sprouted a third arm. Did I say something wrong? I'm not smart enough to be confident about stuff like this.
You say that you're a machine, but we know what you're talking about. I don't think there's any problem there. You're the same as us. You can feel pain and sadness just like us.
The same.
That's why you should go and accept the other you over there.
Rise helps Miss President to her feet. She stands up, but she still seems shaky. I gotta try one last thing. It's not like the right words are suddenly coming to me now. What do you, Senpai, do in this situation? I try and try to think back, and then I remember.
Hey, isn't that girl there a part of you too? You gotta pay attention to her. If you don't, you'll always be in pain. I can tell you that from experience. You gotta get your courage up, because, you're not alone anymore.
Miss President's expression changes when she hears that. For a second, I'm worried I might have said the wrong thing, but then again, maybe not. Because she nods like she's determined. Looks like she got what I meant. She's alright now. Rise and I watch while she walks towards her shadow. And... skip.
I am Labrys. The 5th generation anti-shadow suppression weapon. That's my real name.
Says her name carefully and looks at us. Kind of like she did when I first met her. More dignified than that, maybe. Shows she's accepted her weakness. Things she didn't want to admit.
Kanji-kun? Rise-san? Thanks. Seems like I was forgetting things that I shouldn't have been. But now, I feel so light I could float away. It's like how scared I was before was just a bad dream.
Hey, no need to thank me. And the really hard part was all you. Anyway, good thing no one was hurt.
Fucking just like Kanji to say that the beatdown was the easy part.
Yeah, and I can finally call you by your name. Labrys is such a cute name.
It also means giant double-headed axe.
Come on, don't say that. It's not really true.
I slowly let out a breath, listening to talk about nothing. It's finally over.
Looks like Senpai and the others are all together. The invisible walls must be gone.
All right, I think we're done here for sure. So we should hurry and catch up with them.
Rise says to leave it to her and start searching for the exit with her persona. He finds out that the lobby we used is up on the school's rooftop now. It shouldn't be in this world anymore, but then the school got created here. No surprise that lobby is back too. Looks like we'll be meeting up with our other friends here in this world. I swear to God, if they're not calling you out for beating the shit out of them, I'm gonna be upset. I'm kind of surprised to hear that even Naoto's here. She said she was too busy with work to come along. Looks like everyone from the investigation team is here
Come
now.
on, let's go, Labrys.
Coming!
Labrys hurries up next to me. And me and her and Rise all run together towards the roof. Oh, Morangi. Morangi. Good lord, it is almost 11 o'clock. When we get to the roof, the others are already there. Aw, we're the last ones? I feel kind of embarrassed everyone's welcoming us, but you Senpai's here and I haven't seen him in a while.
Senpai! Long time no see! I totally did it this time!
Yeah, Rise told me. You did an excellent job.
It's pretty cool hearing that from him. Yeah, they seem okay too, same as usual. I was mostly on my own since coming in here, so it's good to see everyone else from the investigation team.
It was really amazing. Kanji's speech to Labrys was what saved her in the end.
Wow. If even Rise-chan's impressed, you must have really done a great job.
Nah. This is mostly stuff I learned from you guys.
That explains it. I know it sounded too cool for you to come up with.
Come on, why'd you have to say that? While I'm sulking over that, Rise makes a quick round of introductions. For someone as complicated as Labrys, Rise handles it like a pro. I guess you learned that stuff in showbiz. Alma Senpai seemed astonished by Labris being a robot. Don't make a big fuss over it. I just accept her for who she is. I can tell she was nervous about this, but I can see Labris slowly starting to relax. Wonder if that's what I was like when I was rescued. Can't even begin to explain how much my senpai being so casual with me helped after they'd seen my weakness. These guys are the best. I'm proud to be their friend. Well, the stuff with Labris is settled now, so it's my turn to make things square. I stand up straight and face my senpai.
Hey, everyone. Well, I wanted to tell you something.
What's the matter?
I'm sorry for beating the shit out of you. Chie senpai, Yukiko senpai, Yosuke senpai, and Teddy. I bow deeply in apology towards the four I caused the most trouble for.
Really sorry my shadow put you through a big hassle again.
Huh?
Wait, you still haven't figured it out?
Figured out what?
Who did you defeat just now?
Who did I defeat? What? My shadow was there, so it was my Huh? Hang on, I'm confusing myself here. Let's see, I beat the crap out of my shadow, but he got away. I caught up with him and found out he didn't get away. It was actually Labris' shadow and... Huh? Wait, what? My brain's going in circles. I noticed something else weird. These three strange guys behind my senpai are watching us, smiling like the cat that ate the canary.
To think that we were rescued by someone who had so little understanding of the situation.
So fucking stupid.
Who are you? Man, it's Golden Week already. Ain't you hot wearing fur like that?
Will you shut up for a second? You already understand what an idiot you are.
While you were gone, these people explained some things to us.
So you senpai tells us the truth behind the case that they discovered. They being blah blah blah. Man, all three of these guys mean business. They're like all hardcore fighters who've seen a ton of combat all over the place. Seems like they've been fighting shadows for a while. They came here to find Labris when she went missing. There's more to it than that, I guess. But it all sounds too complicated for me. Point is, they came to take her back. But not to do anything bad to her. I wasn't too sure what they meant when they said. They meant what they said, but it looks like there's nothing to worry about. I can tell. There's something honest about these three that you can only get from doing the right thing. That's all I need to know. I smile wide and give Labris a tap on the shoulder, since she looks worried.
Oh, so you do have someone who is waiting for you. That's cool.
Seriously, it seems like a dream. I can't believe everyone's being so nice to me, and I don't have to be locked up.
Labris trails off. She seems pretty touched. I was worried she was going to start crying, but nah. She just looks up again and smiles.
I can't thank you enough.
Huh? She just stopped dead. That seemed kind of weird. I mean, I know she's a machine, but I hope she's not broken or something. I get kind of worried and start to look closer at her face when her mouth opens in this disturbing way.
It's not over yet.
What the? Did we forget something?
I can't help answering her question before I realize that voice isn't anything like her normal one. Who's saying that? It's Labris' voice, but it sure doesn't sound like the way she talks. And to make it creepier, her expression is still frozen while her mouth starts laughing.
Is this the same communication system we use? Everyone, step away from Labris.
Whoa!
Before I could say anything, Labris takes the huge axe on her back and swings it down. She's way faster and stronger than before. This is the first time I really get the sense that she's not human. No, wait. This ain't the time to freak
I
out.
cannot gain access. She is being hacked. It isn't coming from inside this facility. The signal originates elsewhere.
You mean outside the TV?
This is just a little extra resistance. Now, entertain me.
She's being hacked. What did you do to her, you bastard?
Well, you appear to be the perfect opponent for her. Let's have you fight friend against friend once more.
I don't get any of this at all, but Labris brandishes her giant axe at me, still under someone's control. I'm gonna put a stop to
Hey,
this.
snap out of it! You're just gonna let yourself get control like that? Show some backbone!
Whoa! Damn it, this is bad. If I don't stay focused, I can barely dodge her moves.
It's no use. She can't hear us.
What the hell is this shit?
Do I seriously have to take her down? Finally get to understanding each other and now I gotta fight her again? I just heard about how that thing made her suffer too. That goddamn bastard controlling her.
Quit forcing Labris to fight! Just hang in there. I'll help you come to your senses.
So it's interesting that they actually took the initiative of not having you fight Labris if you then fight her again. Unless she did that. I don't remember now. Pew.
Final. Fight. Eat this. Catch ya. Catch ya. What's up? See it. Damn it. It's nothing. What? Take this.
Oh, now I'm flying.
Damn it. It's nothing. Eat this. Catch ya. Here goes.
Whee!
Take this. Right. That. One more. Smash down.
I just want to check something. Down, down, down. Okay. Wait, can I do that? I don't think I can do that. Burn to a crisp. Oh, this might kill me. Oh, there goes the persona. And there goes Kanji. Ouch. Let's try that again. I tried to be fancy with my burst, and it didn't work.
Welcome to the Velvet Room.
I wish you good luck.
I'm so sorry about what my persona did. Or my shadow did. Are you an idiot?
Final. Fight. It's nothing. Eat this. There. Eat this. Catch ya. Stay out of this. Eat this. Catch ya. Want some? Want some? Stay out of this. Damn it. Here goes. Damn it.
What?
Damn it. Don't underestimate. Take this. Damn it.
Damn it! Did I just get my ass kicked again?
Take this. Right. Damn it. One more. Smash down.
No. I was trying to get range on a character that has literally no range. That's the first time I failed to fight twice in a row. My God. Kanji is hard to use. I have no doubt that if you get good with any character individually, then they become just a fucking nightmare to try to stop, but the only gameplay that I've done is what you've seen. So. I do appreciate the auto combo on Light Punch.
Want some? There. Take this. Stay out of this. Want some? Take this. See ya. Want some? Take this. Stay out of this. Want some? Eat this. Damn it. See ya. Want some?
Come on.
Damn it! Damn it! Don't underestimate me.
Up we go. Down we go. I can't lose again. Boom. Oh, I'm gonna lose again. Okay. Kanji, you're stupid and your zoning sucks. Kanji is close range all the time except for like 3 attacks, and then it's just like, well...
My, she was quite easily defeated. Evidently, I didn't push her far enough. Well, she is a test unit, so this is as far as my little game goes.
Labras isn't moving, but she's still talking. Hearing it makes me sick. And whoever it is keeps talking about Labras like she's not even a person.
Show yourself, you freaking coward! Who the hell are you anyways?
Ah, yes. I should thank you all. Although this didn't work out, you did stay in it to the very end.
What? You can stuff your goddamn thanks. But someone starts talking calmly before I get too mad. It's Mitsuru-san.
Labrys's shadow was only the mastermind of the tournament. I see now. You're the true culprit behind the whole thing.
Indeed, it was I who stole Labrys away. Since I don't have a persona and can't enter a TV.
Yeah, we've seen this.
You got
This time?
Hey, who the hell is this guy? Who does he think he is? Is he the one who threw Labrys into a TV and made her shadow appear? Tried to make her kill her friends, the thing she hated most. Now the bastard won't even show himself. He's just controlling her from outside. How big a piece of shit can this guy get?
Who do you think you are? Using her as a tool in your own crappy plans.
But she is a tool, just a machine. What concern is it of yours?
Voice sounds annoyed when it answers me. Of course we're concerned about her. I try to answer it, but the voice keeps going all disgusting, like I don't get his point.
It's no use. Nothing's getting through. What kind of sick bastard is this?
Well then, everyone, until we meet again.
Voice completely ignores us and suddenly cuts out. Labrys crumples to the ground like a toy that ran out of batteries. Aiga-san catches her, but she looks unconscious. I don't even know what to think now.
Damn it! I was with that asshole.
Can't help but yell out. I'm so frustrated with that goddamn voice doing whatever he wanted. We saved her. She was having a good time. So why put her through all that?
It seems whoever our adversary is, they're connected. You shouldn't get involved any further.
Hey, wait a second. Are you telling us to back off from this?
I understand how you feel, but we will do our best to ensure that no harm comes to you. Please trust us and allow us to handle this. You must hurry home.
Is she seriously think we're going to back down just like that? I'm about to give Mitsuru-san a piece of my mind when you senpai stops me.
Guys, let's leave this to them.
Huh? Are you serious?
He's okay with that? That's not cool, man. Just about to say so, but I stop myself when I catch you senpai's eye. I see that he's not backing down. Yeah. He's not the type of guy to let things slide. I know better than anyone that he wouldn't let something like this go unfinished.
Well, senpai calls the shots. Just do like they ask and go home.
Fucking awful acting, too.
Kanji-kun.
No use getting pissed at them. They're not the bad guys here.
What an unexpectedly mature thing to say!
Are you an imposter?
Shut up. Don't make me muss your fur again.
I'm sure senpai has something up his sleeve. I'll just stay quiet and trust in him. That's what a man would do. Looks like Yosuke senpai's with me, too. He's probably figured out the same thing. All the others eventually calm down, and we follow Mitsuru-san and her folks out of the TV world. We exit the TV and stand in the usual Junest apartment. Mitsuru-san thanks us again, and they leave in a hurry. Are they going to walk through town dressed like that? Damn. Those guys have some seriously thick skin. Me, though, I know it's lame, but everyone catches up to me and I sink down on the spot. It seems like everyone's exhausted from going back into the TV world for the first time in a while, so the investigation team splits up. For now, I guess the case is over. Alright.
Ow! Damn it, my entire body hurts.
Even after a good night's rest, my muscles are still aching like hell. I think about it. I was there for more than a whole night this time. Damn, guess I should get in better shape. Even with all the pain, I can't stay in bed. Force myself to get up and jog to where we agreed to meet. Where was it again? Wait, never mind, I got it.
Gotta be
That ridiculously long, shiny black limo. It's fine for Mitsuru-san's people, but it sticks out pretty bad in our little town. It's gotta be it. It's so obvious. I'd be pretty damn surprised if it belonged to anyone in Nineveh. When I get there, my senpai are already standing around. Labrys is there too, and she looks at me. She smiles when she sees I'm here.
Thanks for coming. I wanted to give everyone a proper goodbye.
You really are leaving. You could just attend the real Yosogami High, you know?
That sounds great. But I can't. There's something I want to take care of now. I want to help Mitsuru-san and the others find whoever did this and catch him. No matter what. I gotta make things square.
That sure sounds like something Kanji-kun would say. Are you sure he didn't rub off on you?
Chie-senpai is joking around, but it seems like Labrys really does want to make things square. Huh. Am I really rubbing off on her? Nah, just shows that Labrys is someone who sees things through. I mean, even when she thought she was a student council president, she had balls telling me off as soon as we met. Look at her smiling cheerfully. That's what I like to see.
Labrys, it's almost time.
All right. Well then, goodbye, everyone.
Oh, come on. Just when she was starting to crack. Looks like we're back to square one again. As soon as Mitsuru-san said that, her face clouded over and the moment was ruined. Even Rise, who'd finally stopped complaining, seemed like she was ready to cry. Sheesh. Guess I should step in one last time. Call out to Labrys as she's reaching for the limousine door.
That ain't how you do things.
Huh?
I mean, look at how she tried to leave the first time. Give a proper goodbye? Hell with that. Rambling on ain't my thing, and I don't know if what I say is gonna get through to her. So I just put on a big smile. And say it as loud and simple as I can.
Supposed to say, see ya! Not some formal crap.
Labrys looks at me with wide eyes. Wait, damn it, why's she tearing up even more? Start to panic and Labrys laughs, even through her tears.
Mm-hmm. See ya.
See, even I can do it right sometimes. Limousine carrying Labrys slowly speeds up, and Labrys leaves with a big ol' smile. After we saw Labrys off, Yosuke-senpai suggested we have the welcome party we'd been putting off. That was our original plan, after all. I kind of wanted to delay it longer since I'm still not done with Yu-senpai's present, but he dropped a hell of a bombshell at the party. What did he say? Well, what else? Investigation team's getting back in action. We're going to keep following this case. It's not our style to get dragged into something and sit back and wait for someone else to solve it. And if my buddy says he's going to keep investigating, then I'm not letting him do it alone. This golden week's far from over. We got to have tons of fun before the holidays end. I head home after saying goodbye to my senpai. I'm all jazzed up now.
Kanji, can you come out for a moment?
Coming, Mom!
Put the crochet hook down and go see my mom. I'm just finishing up Yu-senpai's present. I got some time to help out. But once I get done with this, I should make another one. Meeting Labrys kinda inspired me. How about instead of making a stuffed animal, I need a stuffed robot?
I need you to tend to the store while I go do some shopping. I'm expecting a package, so make sure you sign for it when it comes.
That's totally Aigus's voice.
Yeah, fine. I'll take care of it.
I head out to the store. On the way, I happen to glance at one of the merchandise shelves. It's for the stuffed animals I knitted. I asked my mom to put them up in the shop a while ago. They seem pretty popular. I should add a few soon. Guess that means I'll have to hurry up with that stuffed robot.
What are you staring at them for? Don't worry, they're all as adorable as ever.
I wasn't staring. Sheesh. Stop making things up.
Honestly, even though I asked her to do this, I'm still uneasy about seeing the hobby I hid for so long out on display in the shop like this. Wasn't that long ago I was still hiding it. People's reactions to it haven't been that bad. Sometimes they even sell out. But no matter how much people liked them, I guess I still was kind of ashamed of my hobby. That's what I realized during this case. I talk big to Labrys, but I gotta change too. I want to get out to where I won't freak out even if my shadow comes out or people talk to me. And even that much is going to be a lifelong fight. So I'm taking it one step at a time. I want to be able to send these guys off with pride.
Well, I'll be going then. Try not to glare at the customers, okay?
I won't. Hurry up and leave.
I see my mom off and put on the Tatsumiya apron. I'm all fired up.
Let's do this.
Case ain't over yet, I know. But I gotta do what I can. And I'll start by rearranging the mascots on the shelf to make them look as cute as possible. It's the simple goals in life that you really treasure the most, isn't it? Skip the credits for now. Okay.
Welcome
So,
to the Velvet Room.
We have...
This place exists between dream
We've
and
completed
reality,
5, and we have 5 more.
Now then, why don't you introduce yourself?
And each of them have, like, at least 3 fights. So, we've been going for about 4 hours now. I think I'm going to stop, and we'll wrap this up next week. I apologize in advance that we didn't finish it. But we will finish Persona 4 Arena next week. And then we'll be moving on to Persona 4 Arena Ultimax to get the other side of this story. Which has a much simpler story mode, by the way, so hopefully it won't take as long. But thanks very much for joining me, both on Twitch and if you're watching this on YouTube, thanks for watching it here. Don't forget to check me out on Twitch at twitch.tv/CharacterSelect show for live recordings and stuff like this. And yeah, have a good one.